always wanted to serve on a jury. I'm really super excited. I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I give a big shout out to the 13 Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. What you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you want to work, come pop in and say,
You are raised sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. You have an echo? How do you have an echo? I don't have anything on. Is there an echo? I don't have anything else on. There shouldn't be one. Oh, just the opening. I don't know why. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Starting the day off big. Fur Baby's mom, thank you so much. My favorite place to be. It's my favorite place to be too. Right here with y'all, going into all of these crazy trials and doing it together. Fur Baby's mom, that's very generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fur Baby's mom was here for the camp out. Let's see, where were you? I saw you somewhere. Weren't you? It's all running together. Oh no, it was dog mom. Never mind. I knew it was a mom. So I thank you so much. I saw where I've done the camp out thing a few times, and I saw yesterday when I set up the stream. I looked in there yesterday and I saw somebody had said, oh, we're setting up our tents. And then somebody had said, oh, well, we should camp out at the beach. So I did a camp out at the beach. And then I started doing this early this morning. I took a screenshot yesterday of who all was in here so I could make sure I got them. And I started doing this morning. And then as more people would come in, I was like, well, crap, now I need to add them too. And then I was literally doing it up until right before we started. And then I was like, okay, I've got to stop at some point because we have to get started. So I have as many of you as I could fit on here, but I know that I did not get, let me move this up a little bit. Oops, what did I just do? Oh, there we go. I know that I couldn't get everybody that was here before we started, but I got all of the first people. I went through and added everybody. So we had quite a good bit. So I started running out of room. And so you'll notice that Crafty Grandma and Kimbers, Ohio are out here in the horizon, like, parasailing. I ran out of room on the beach. So then I started going to the water, and then I ran out of the water. So then we had to start going to the sky. And at that point I was like, you know what, maybe it's time for us to just start our day. So I got, and like some of them are, I thought it was funny. And we had to have Santa on there. We had to have Santa. So Santa is hanging out with y'all too, getting the party started. And that took way longer than it should have, way longer than it should have, but that's okay. It was worth it because it was fun. And I know that y'all enjoy the cookouts or camp outs rather. I enjoy a cookout, camp out too, but I wanted to tell you, it is freezing here in Florida. It is freezing in Florida. And I don't know why, and I'm not happy about it. I just took Lucy out and I'm freezing to death. It's ridiculous. I've still got my hat on. Oh, okay. Well, now if I take it off on air, then I'll have like hat hair. So we're just going to leave it on for now. It is freezing outside. It's like 42 degrees out there. And I cannot even function. It is so cold. I came in frostbitten. Lucy is laying on my lap. She's so exhausted from the cold. She needed to snuggle her mama. So she's laying right here. So that's why there's no Lucy cam right now. She's laying on me because we had to come in and get cold or get warm from the cold. Crafty Grandma, I get to spend my birthday on a boat with Brandi. It's today your birthday, Crafty Grandma. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You get a boat for your birthday, Crafty Grandma. You get a boat for your birthday. That's just for you. Happy birthday to you. Also, for today, let me exit out of this so I can get our stuff pulled up. I'll post it on something so that y'all can have it if you want it. Today, in Discord, we are having the Dino Doe is hosting the Christmas watch party. So in honor of that, I wore my Griswold Family Christmas hoodie because that's the movie. I think that was the one that won in the watch party poll. So I wore my Griswold hoodie today. I'm going to get the courtroom going because they are starting early this morning. Oops, wrong thing. Right now, ring is flipping still, so but that I'm just having all kinds of problems. Here we go. Here we go.
I'm going to email these to all of you so you'll have them.
Just emailing something. They came in about 2 or 3 minutes ago, but they haven't done anything yet. There will be chat going during the movie, so y'all can all, everybody can talk and hang out and do all that good stuff and talk about all the stuff that's happening during the movie and all the jokes and all the fun stuff. Today is supposed to be the day that we wrap this up. And this is supposed to be the last day of this. 80s Music Man, hello. You missed your tent. I'll post it. I hear somebody talking. Can't tell who. They're loud, aren't they? So loud.
Okay.
Make that screen bigger. There we go. I think the time that was decided on was 7 Eastern for the watch party movie, I believe. 80s. I had a tent for you, but you had a different name because you were in the.
Janelle's gonna bring me those copies when they're done. So
in a camp out under a different name.
Before bring the jury in. Ms. Jones Brown, you look like there might be something you're thinking about.
I wonder if he's going to misbehave during sentencing. I don't know. This has been one of the things that we've been thinking about. Oh, did y'all want the?
Okay, great. All right, so are we ready to bring the jury in then?
Bring the jury. I can do beach cam instead of.
Okay. All right. Let me just make sure my phone's off. We're good to go.
Let's see. Oh, maybe I can't do beach cam. Why isn't it letting me do? Okay, maybe it was not going to let me do beach cam for some reason.
I know that this pencil was in here when I came in.
Virginia Little, you were not left off the camping trip. You were on there. Everybody who was here, I went down the line and double checked too. Everybody that was here was on there. You were on there. You had a tent. Good morning. Good morning. It's notable that he knew he had to behave in order to try to get the jury to not instantly see that he is a monster, as in prior hearings. I know. I wish that they could see the videos
Missing 3. Okay.
of what he did. They're missing 3 what? They're missing 3 jurors? Is that what they just... Hold on. Let's rewind. Is that what they said?
Missing 2. Missing 3. Okay.
She said missing 2, missing 3. So I don't know. I hope that doesn't mean jurors and that we're going to be waiting forever. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all come on in. Come on in. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Roberta. Welcome. Welcome. Iowa Backyard Camp. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You and Crafty Grandma have birthdays today. Happy birthday to you. Thank you for the super chat on your birthday. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. I guess I need like a birthday sound effect too, don't I? But unless you tell me and I see it.
If it's muted on me now? No, it's not. It's not. Okay.
It says it muted on me now.
Yeah. Testing. Okay, great.
We hear you.
Thank you.
Oh, so do you mean that all of our bench conferences are being broadcast?
No, because the white noise was on, which oddly sounds like a toilet flushing when played back. So no, they weren't, but only when the issue was when I was like typing and stuff.
That did sound loud when we were listening to Mr. Carter's testimony again.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Why are Holly Henderson?
And that was when I realized it, when that was played back. And so then I started trying to type more quietly, but it's like I can't not do anything else. I have to get other stuff done.
I'm also a loud typer, Judge. I feel you're
She's talking about being a loud
I type with,
typer.
like 3 fingers. It's very weird.
It's whether or not you took typing, which
That's
I did
right.
not.
Same.
Or if you're self-taught.
She's talking about being a loud typer.
Yeah, thank you. Me too.
Holly Henderson, I see that you have a 4-month anniversary, but it's not letting me show it on the screen. It's not coming up on the show it, and I don't know why. I'm trying to see if I can. I don't know why it's not letting me show it. I see. It's not showing it on my thing for me to show it. I'm sorry. Happy anniversary though. Happy 4-month anniversary. It's our anniversary. I don't know why it's not showing up on the StreamYard thing for me to show it. But I see it. Here, we'll just do it like we could show it that way. See? Holly Anderson. I don't know why I can't show it. Happy anniversary. Another anniversary. Tosh, member for 7 months. Hoping for a zap on our anniversary. Love you all. Happy anniversary to you too. Happy anniversary. I am so glad you are here. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. She said the white noise sounds like a toilet flushing. She ain't wrong. She ain't wrong. Oh, good point. I wonder if she realized that she was her coughs and everything were going right into the microphone too. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Her mic is like, you can see it on her desk, like where she's sitting here typing or whatever. Like my mic is pretty close to mine, but I have one of the soft type keyboards. The one that came with my computer is not one of the soft type, like the quiet ones. So I am using my old keyboard because it's a lot quieter. But on hers, plus I have like a lot of filtration stuff too. So like mine's not too bad, but hers, she's like, it's literally like if you made a typing sound effect to like be over dramatic about the typing sound, that's what hers sounds like. I think her mic is like right there. It has to be right there because when she coughs, it sounds like she's eating my whole entire existence, like a volcano eruption or something. I screenshot the campground pic and it's my work computer background now. That's awesome. That's awesome. How did he act out in the past? Oh, Lord, Jay Dixon. He has not been well behaved at all. He's spit on his attorney. He's threatened the judges' lives. 2 of them, I think. He's been awful. Blowing kisses and stuff to the victim's mom. He's awful. She's even stapling loud. So loud. What headphones do I use? These were a gift from Jen. DT 990 Pro. She sent me these because the other ones hurt my head. So she sent me these to my P.O. box as a gift. And they have been great. Will the jury sentence him today? Yes, they are supposed to sentence him today.
And then here's one for you, one for John.
She said today is expected to be the last day that they're here. So we should be wrapping it up today. Yeah, out loud, he told the judge, he's like, you think I don't know where you, or can't find out where you live or something like that? Crazy. Kathy, hello, good morning. Happy anniversary. It's our anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Oh, Stephen. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. He also accused the judge of having an affair with the prosecuting attorney. Yep. And asked the judge if he's a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Told him he's a racist. He's done all the things. All the things. And that's why I want to just be zapped just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, a lot, but you know. They have not started their sentencing deliberations yet. Listen, you can hear her doing that thing on the mouse where it's like.
Oh. I'm just going to write it in. Does anybody have an issue with me just writing that in? On page 7, instruction number 8, it's still blank where it says reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number, which should be 3.
Of course, Judge.
Feet finders. Feet finders. Good morning. Good morning. A light zapping. Just a light zapping to start off our hump day. They have not. He has been very well behaved in front of the jury. Not at all like he's been during all of his hearings.
Oh, wait, I think it's on 2 pages. Wait, are 7 and 8 the exact same page?
It's our anniversary.
One's for Jones and
Oh,
or
okay.
Gordon and
But I still need to write it in on both pages. Okay.
This is, get it together, people. Have all this together.
Number 3. Yeah, it's all number 3, but it's just missing on pages 7 and 8.
Good morning. Good morning. I don't know what we're going to do next. I have morning. Tomorrow is the 21st.
Thanks for checking in.
There's not going to be anything starting anytime. I don't think I can stream tomorrow. I have an appointment tomorrow at, I think 10:30. Anyway, yeah, 10:30 tomorrow. And then we've got Friday. Monday is Christmas. And then we've got next week. So I don't really know what the plan is for Monday or next week yet. I don't really know. Brooke Neely says, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow too. That's the whole reason I scheduled. I was like, you know what? Brooke has one on Thursday. So I'll schedule mine on Thursday. Because if Brooke's not going to be here, then none of us should be here, right? How are you late when you were camped out? You're getting taken out of the group camping picture. Not really. You want a picture of our campsite this morning? Yes, I can do that.
Of course, I forgot that these may change again. Shouldn't have copied them yet.
Let's see. Share, download. Page 3. It's our anniversary. It's our anniversary. Okay, I'll post it on Twitter. And I'll put it in the Facebook group too. All right, Twitter. Now let me put it in Facebook. Look at me go. Look at me go. Look at me go. Okay. Photo. How do you add a photo? Here's a photo. Here's a photo. Add. I'm not very good at working the Facebooks. How do you photo? Add. Oh, maybe I had to open this first. Facebook is complicated. Post. Okay. I just put it in the Facebook group and on the Twitter. Look at me go. Look at me go. It is a really pretty, look, it's a really pretty day out there today, but I can't get my little picture-in-picture thing to work like it normally does. Let's try this again. I am Catfetti85, member for 6 whole months. comes a jury. It's our anniversary. You live here. Best place to live these days. I'm so glad you live here. We are glad to have you. Here we go. Happy anniversary.
You may all be seated. Thank you, Deputy Mills.
Happy anniversary.
You may all be seated.
He's smiling. Good morning. Nice carpet watch. Feet finders. Hi, Detective
Good
Dino
morning
Kelly.
again. Is there anything that anybody needs to talk to us about or report? All right, great. And would the defense like to call their next witness?
The defense calls Dr. James Garbarino.
Thank you.
Oh, here's the doctor.
Doctor, if you could just come right up here. When you're seated, I'll swear you.
It's our anniversary. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak.
I can swear. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
And that's the glass of water if you need one.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, doctor.
Could you identify yourself for the jury, please?
My name is James Garbarino, Garbarino.
And what I'm going to have you sort of introduce yourself and your areas of expertise and things like that. First, can we start with your credentials, college, things like that?
Well, I went to college at St. Lawrence University in Northern New York State a long time ago. Got my degree in 1968. I went to Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, and got a master's degree in 1970, and my PhD in human development with a specialization in developmental psychology in 1973. So this is the 50th anniversary of my completing doctoral studies.
Congratulations. Can you tell the jury what areas you have specialized in?
I've really specialized in all the dark side of human experience: trauma, child abuse, violence. Done work in war zones around the world, in the Middle East and Central America, sort of all the bad places and bad things. For the last 30 years, I've particularly focused on the developmental issues in children and adolescents that ultimately lead to situations like this, being in a courtroom with people facing murder charges, trying to understand how they get to that point. That's really been the focus in the last 30 years. But throughout that period, I've been a college professor teaching psychology, developmental psychology at Penn State University, at Cornell, at Loyola University, Chicago. I was president of an institute in Chicago called the Erickson Institute for Advanced Study in Child Development. But as I said, throughout that period, I've always had one foot in the university teaching and doing research, and the other foot out in the rest of the world dealing with children and youth in difficult situations.
Have you received any awards in this area?
Well, I've been very fortunate that my work has been recognized by a number of professional organizations. The American Psychological Association gave me their award for professional contributions to public service. The American Humane Association gave me an award for work on child abuse. The American Academy of Pediatrics gave me an award for work on violence. So there's quite a few of those. One that's, I think, sort of interesting: in 2018, the American Psychological Association named me one of 33, quote, influential psychologists in America. Not the most influential, but in that group. And that was particularly for the work I've done on the impact of trauma on the development of children and youth.
Now, we've brought you here as an expert for the defense. Is that the only sort of expertise that you do working for the defense?
Well, over 30 years, it's been almost always for the defense because they're the ones who ask. I have worked a couple of times as an expert witness for the state in murder cases, but I think since what I'm trying to do typically is understand how a killer got to the point where they committed homicides. Hope I'm not stepping on any toes, but the state typically doesn't want me to do that. They want a more simple sort of judgment. So twice, I think, in 30 years, I've worked for the state.
Did you also consult for the FBI?
Yes, that was one of the organizations I consulted with for the FBI on school violence. And probably some of you old enough to remember the Columbine school shooting. That was something I was very involved in. And I've also been a consultant to a wide range of organizations in the United States and around the world. National Institute of Mental Health, American Medical Association, the Black Child Development Institute, and abroad, UNICEF. I went to Iraq and Kuwait for UNICEF back in the early 1990s when I was focusing on children in war zones. So as I said, I've always had one foot outside the university.
Now I want to bring you in and ask you some questions about this situation, about this case. Okay, sir.
Real quick, this is kind of what we were talking about yesterday. Remember when I was saying there's always a series of factors that lead to something like this. It doesn't just happen. There are things that will all work together to build a monster. A monster doesn't just generally exist. There's always a buildup. There's always things that start. So keep in mind that this is not him getting up here defending anything that Brice has done. This is not him getting up here and excusing anything that Brice has done. This man's just doing his job. He's only getting up here to explain the circumstances that got Brice to the point where he was able to do something that no normal person would be able to do.
Can you tell the jury what you examined in order to draw some conclusions in Mr. Rhodes' situation?
Well, as you've probably become aware, this is sort of an unusual case in the sense that ordinarily what I would do would be review reports and documents from other experts and records, educational or mental health records. And then typically I would spend some time with the defendant one-on-one talking about their life, trying to get some insight into them. That was not possible here because of his unwillingness to meet with experts. So I've relied on the very detailed information developed by the defense team. They've done very extensive interviews with family members and others. As you'll hear later, there's one particular set of 10 questions that ordinarily I would have posed to him directly, but here we had to rely on material developed by others to answer those questions. So that's the kind of information that was available to me, really quite extensive. And I think it gave me a good basis for applying my analysis to sort of who he is and how he got to be that way.
And what you're referring to specifically are called the ACEs, right?
Well, that's certainly part of it. If I can sort of introduce what I'm trying to do, oftentimes there's a lot of information. What's missing sometimes is how to make sense of it, how to put the pieces together. And I don't know how many of you are big math wizards, but I'll give you a mathematical example. If I were to give you a series of numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7, 11, and 17, if you didn't know anything about numbers, you might just say that's just a bunch of numbers. But if you had some arithmetic, you'd say, well, those are all odd numbers, which they are. But if I, excuse me. But if I tell you the number 2 is on that list and the number 9 is not, well, obviously they're not odd numbers because 2 is not, is not an odd number and 9 is. So you'd be left with a bunch of numbers again. It's only if you have the concept of what's called a prime number. A prime number is a number that can be divided only by 1 or by itself. Then it all makes sense. Those are all prime numbers. And you would know that between 11 and 17, there's a missing prime number of 13. So what I'm trying to do is, make sense of all this information based on research and theory from developmental psychology, particularly because I know we tend to think often there are senseless acts of violence, but I think if you get into it, you need to understand they usually make sense from the point of view of the perpetrator, at least while they're committing the crime. So that doesn't excuse it, but it's important to try to understand.
So I think what you just told us is it's not always merely what's there, but also what you can tell is missing.
Yeah, as I said, if you knew what a prime number was, you would say, aha, we got to go look for number 13 because it should be there between 11 and 17. And that's often what I'm involved in doing, is trying to find the missing link or the missing piece that will explain something which otherwise seems just, senseless or crazy or just evil. And those are all, real words that we use. But if you get behind that, there's often a story to be told that evokes more compassion and more understanding.
So one of the things you look for are what are called risk factors, right? And risk factors are things that do what? What does that tell you? What does that tell us?
Well, risk factors are things that increase the odds of a bad outcome happening. They don't guarantee it. A good example would be we've learned from decades of research that smoking is a big risk factor for getting lung cancer. Doesn't mean everybody who smokes gets lung cancer. My mother lived to 89 and used to say she was going to smoke on my grave, which is not a very nice thing for a mother to say. But it made the point that, she felt like she wasn't going to get lung cancer even though she smoked. 19% of people who get lung cancer have never smoked. But we recognize, even the courts have recognized, that smoking is a, quote, cause of lung cancer. So risk factors are things that increase the odds. It's not a one-to-one correspondence. And as I mentioned before, there's something called the Adverse Childhood Experience Scale. It's often called the ACEs, for the initials ACE. And that's a way of measuring, a very important way of measuring the amount of risk factors that a kid had growing up.
So would something like the mental health issues, not only of an individual, but in their family, be a risk factor?
Yeah, as I said, what we try to do is identify the whole package of risk factors, because rarely, if ever, does one risk factor account for the outcome. But it's as if you're building a tower of blocks. You put risk factor after risk factor after risk factor, and the top tower gets so tall, eventually it falls over. And so it's not any one, but certainly one of the risk factors is temperamental issues. I don't know how many of you have children, but most people who have children recognize that temperament is important. I have two biological children. My daughter was a very easy baby. In her college entrance essay, she described herself as a Mercedes-Benz of babies. Just sort of change the oil and she cruises along. Her brother, my son, was a very difficult baby. He had asthma, he had projectile vomiting, he didn't sleep well. He was a real challenge. And the research shows, for example, that for easy babies like my daughter, only about 10% end up with having significant adjustment problems in elementary school. For difficult babies like my son was, it's about 80%. So again, it's not 100 to 0, but it's a risk factor having a difficult temperament. And in this case, there's evidence in Brice's biological family of mental illness. I believe at least 2 of his biological relatives were diagnosed with schizophrenia, which is a very significant problem with thinking and feeling. Again, it has some genetic basis, it's some heritability of it. If you have relatives who have schizophrenia, your risk is greater. It's not a one-to-one correspondence, but it's one of those blocks, building up the tower.
Let's turn to the ACEs themselves. And can you, you've talked about what they are, and I'm going to use the word ACEs because I think you've explained what they are. But what I care about now, and I want to ask you about, is what those actually showed with Brice. So if you could walk us through those.
Okay. Well, this ACEs is a series of 10 questions. They were developed by a physician in California who was trying to get some measure of how much adversity his patients had and how it was connected to medical problems. So he put together this list of 10 questions. There's nothing sort of magical about them. They're very straightforward. They do have a number of advantages. One is they never ask you to judge something as being abusive or neglectful. They never use that word. And that's important because if it did, it would require a person to look at their experience and judge it against this criterion of is it abusive or not. It's very behavioral. Did this happen to you? So there's 10 questions he developed. It turned out that it's almost a miracle. These 10 questions, simply yes or no, are incredibly powerful in predicting bad outcomes. He started with health outcomes. So the score is from 0 to 10. It's simply how many yes answers did you give? And the finding was that this score predicted high blood pressure, predicted susceptibility to cancer, life expectancy. And then it got broadened still further to look at some more sort of social problems, predicting substance abuse, predicting suicidal thoughts or behavior, predicting depression, predicting violent behavior. When I say predicting, I mentioned smoking before. Smoking, quote, causes lung cancer. But smoking only accounts for about 14% of the differences in who gets lung cancer. These 10 questions account for like 50% of the differences in who ends up depressed, suicidal, substance abusing, engaged in violence. So it's 3 or 4 times more powerful, the link between the ACEs and these problems, than the link between smoking and lung cancer. That's why they've been accepted by the Centers for Disease Control and they promote their use. That's why I always try to get that information when I'm working on a case because it really locates the person. We know that about 2/3 of Americans get a score of 0 or 1. I know when I've given this to my college students, you know, they're doing well enough in life to go to college and come to my class and so on. And, you know, almost all of them have a score of 0 or 1. Only about 1 in 100 people get a score of 7 or more. And only 1 in 1,000 get a score of 8, 9, or 10. So it takes us from a general question, did this person have a difficult childhood, to how difficult was their childhood compared with everybody else. When I've interviewed guys who've been involved in murders, the average score is 7, which means the average guy has more adversity than 99 out of 100 people. So that's an important sort of benchmark in all of this. And I don't know what your scores would be, but you know, if we filled them out, chances are, since you're functioning well enough to be here in the jury and so on, you'd probably have pretty low scores. Some of you might have higher scores, and that would be, you know, congratulations for overcoming that adversity. Now, this individual, Brice, he again, I wasn't able to give it to him directly. I had to rely on information developed by the team who did interviews with all kinds of people, family members and others, looking at records. And the conclusion was that, you know, he had yes to 8 of the 10 questions, which is worse than 999 out of 1,000 people. So that's important in understanding how he got to be such a damaged person. He wasn't just born and became a damaged person. It was a process that accumulated over years and years. And it's very sad, but it does help to make sense a bit of someone who otherwise would seem just, you know, sort of a nasty, evil, just simply crazy person.
I'd like to turn you said out of the 10 questions, and we would expect most people to score 0 or 1. You just told us that Brice, unfortunately, was at an 8.
Yes.
Can you walk us through specifically what those 8 are so the jury knows what it is that we're talking about?
So the first question deals with what we as outsiders would call emotional abuse or verbal abuse. Again, it doesn't use that word abuse. It asks things like, you know, when you were growing up, did people put you down, humiliate you, swear at you, make you feel afraid you'd be hurt? So it's sort of an emotionally abusive family. And And that was something descriptive of his family. The reports are really quite, chilling that the family members called him dumb and stupid. They, find the right page. That a family member used to make him feel afraid. That a family member says Brice was curled up in a ball hiding from her and saying he was scared to go. He was 8 or 9 when this occurred. So there's a lot of instances of that, just terror, being put down, being maligned, being degraded. So that then on the ACEs, that's question number 1. Question number 2 has to do with being physically attacked. Again, we would say being physically abused, but it doesn't ask were you abused. It simply says, were you hit, left marks, were you beaten, these kinds of things. And the information indicated that he was beaten with a belt. He would climb out a tree to get on the roof of the house to escape. He was beaten intentionally and repeatedly. And the research is very clear that kids who are beaten like this, it's a risk factor for later problems with aggression and self-concept and self-esteem and all the good things we'd like kids to have. The third question deals with being sexually abused. Now, at least he didn't have that reported. So that's one of the 2 that he didn't have. The fourth question deals with asking, did you feel nobody loved you or thought you were special? Did your family protect you? And we would call it emotional neglect. And the reports all say that he felt unprotected, not accepted growing up. He wasn't loved by at least one of the parent figures, who would, for example, take the other children out and not take him with them. So he would discriminate against him. Brice felt that somebody should have stepped in. He was crying. Sorry.
There was an objection. Sorry.
Objection. No. Paused a second ago. I can skip forward a little bit. Oh, now we're live. I see there's the whole nature versus nurture thing has always kind of intrigued me a little bit. I think that a lot of times, like, there are things that you are things that are present inside of you that can be based on your circumstances can become out of control. But that's always been something that that's part of the reason why I went to school for psychology. Actually, the reason I just decided to go to school for psychology is because I wanted to be a criminal psychologist. Years ago, I saw the movie, was it Copycat? Was it Copycat? What's that movie? With Sigourney Weaver. Is that the name of it? God, it's been years. But that's always interested me, like what's inside of you that can be triggered by your circumstances and what is based solely on your circumstances and what's based solely on your like just nature, like how you're born. That stuff has always really intrigued me. See, it's interesting. Even some of y'all in chat like have very different ideas about which plays a bigger role, nature versus nurture. I think it just depends. I think there's not like a specific recipe. It just always depends.
Thank you. I've lost track of exactly where we were. I think you were talking about ACEs factor number 4.
Yes,
Okay.
I think so. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, please. So the fourth one, we would call being emotionally neglected, but it deals with feeling unprotected, unloved. No one thought you were special. All these things that eat away at the self-esteem of a child. And again, the reports from numerous people who observed his childhood, saying nobody protected him. He felt unprotected and unloved. So I think it's fair to make that a yes. It's worth noting that one of the themes in here is being rejected by key parental figures. It's one of the few sort of universals in child development is that kids who feel rejected by their parents, but that's a big risk factor. I mean, I said, smoking accounts for about 14% of the differences in lung cancer. International research done in 118 countries finds that parental rejection accounts for about 25% of bad outcomes by itself. So it's almost like the worst thing that can happen to a kid is to feel his parents reject him. They don't accept him. And he seems to have experienced that. The fifth item is physical neglect, which, is probably, again, it doesn't use the word neglect. It happens particularly when parents have substance abuse or mental health problems and they can't take care of their children, they can't protect them. The question asks about things like, if you were sick, would somebody take you to the doctor? So that's neglect, and that seemed to be evident. The sixth question has to do with parental separation or divorce. I said before, 2/3 of Americans get a score of 0 or 1. If they get a score of 1, it's typically because parents separated or divorced. And my kids would have a score of 1 based on that their mother and I divorced when they were kids. Because this, again, is a challenge to kids. It's some of you may have gone through this. It's a disruption in a child's life. And so it's one of these 10 risk factors. Number 7 is witnessing domestic violence. Again, doesn't say domestic violence. It says, was your mother or stepmother hit, punched, bitten, knocked down, all the things that make up domestic violence. This alone has been shown to be a predictor of later difficulties in life. And that was very clear from the reports.
Doctor, I wanted to follow up on what you just said. Can you give the jury some understanding of the sort of things that caused you to find factor 7?
Well, in the reports, there was a report that Brice witnessed a parent figure cut, I guess, his mother's hair off, drag her by the hair, smash her face. And he reports remembering there's nothing he could do about it. That's very common. Boys particularly feel like they should be able to protect their mothers, but when they can't, it's often particularly disturbing. And when they get older, they often get in this protective role. So in many states, allowing your child to witness domestic violence is itself considered neglect, that you're supposed to protect your child from that. And clearly he was not protected from that, and it happened. The eighth ACE question has to do with living with somebody in your household who's a substance abuser, alcoholic, drug addict, whatever it is. And the reports from the interviews is that his mother was a drinker. That the stepfather person was into the drug scene, so we clearly had that. The ninth issue is living with mental health problems or suicide in the family. That we gave a no to because there wasn't an explicit report of that. But given everything else, it's probably would be surprising if the people in the household didn't have mental health problems, given everything else that was there. But to be conservative, we said no to that. And then the 10th question has to do with a family member going to prison. And here his stepfather figure went to prison. So that's how we got to a score of 8. And it's a very sad litany. when I was a professor at Loyola University in Chicago, one of the things I did was to found the university's Center for the Human Rights of Children, in part because, these are all things that we would hope children have a right not to experience. And when you pile on this much, it's a bit like each yes answer is like handing the kid a rock and telling him to carry it around in his backpack. And you carry one rock, all right, it's a rock, but you're carrying 8 rocks around. It's not surprising that kids stagger under the weight of this, that they're carrying this weight around. And often they don't realize that it's not normal to have that weight. I often will ask guys, I didn't get a chance to do that here, but of 100 guys you knew growing up, how many had 8 or more risk factors? And they might say 80 out of 100. And then I'll say, what about if we gave this to 100 guys at random in the whole population? How many do you think in general would have this? And they might often say 50 out of 100. When I tell them it's 1 out of 1,000, they're often shaken and stunned. I remember one guy in Chicago who said, imagine your sort of stereotype of a gangbanger, a really tough gangbanger kind of guy. I've forgotten if he was Crips or Bloods or something. His score was 10. And this, tough guy, when I explained to him what that meant, he started to cry. I mean, I always carry tissues around when I go into a jail or prison for that reason. Nobody had ever explained to him he was carrying this weight on his shoulders all the time. It's not surprising that people break down. The good news is that for most people, it's possible to recover from this, but it basically, one of the things it means is taking that backpack off, taking out the rocks one by one and finding some way to deal with it or make your peace with it so you can walk upright without being weighed down by that.
And Doctor, it's okay. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to ask some follow-up questions. And one was, you actually you gave the answer no to people with mental health problems in the household. Given what you do know about the family members and the history of schizophrenia, could you have found yes for that?
Well, the question asked somebody in your household, and it wasn't clear there was somebody in the household. There were people sort of around him. But given the other things, it would be surprising if, family members, these family members were really given a clinical assessment. It would be surprising if they didn't end up with some issues. But again, I'm trying to be conservative about this and saying no to that one. As for being sexually abused, there's no evidence of that.
Sure.
It's possible, but again, trying to be conservative and not overscore this.
So your conservative conclusion of how Brice scored on the ACEs was that he scored 8 out of 10.
Yeah, which is 1 in 1,000 people have that kind of score. So, I started using this because, sometimes people would say, well, lots of people had difficult childhoods and they didn't kill anybody. So I wanted a way to say, this isn't some generic difficult childhood. I mean, I had a difficult mother, I had some things. My parents were separated for a while, but this is a whole other league. This is, being crushed under the weight of this adversity, which only 1 in 1,000 kids growing up have to deal with.
Now, you were just telling us that that it's difficult but possible for people to deal with these things. How are you able to tell that someone is able to process and deal with these things?
Well, within research, there's a term that's called resilience. A lot of people know that word. It means the ability to overcome adversity. There's a sense in which human race wouldn't have survived if we didn't have resilience, because, think back to the caveman days, your daughter is taken by a saber-toothed tiger, whatever it is. If people just gave up generically, we wouldn't be here today. So there is a thing called resilience, but there is research on what are the foundations for resilience. One of the foundations for resilience is at least an average level of intellectual ability. And that makes sense because it's sort of saying, who's more likely to overcome problems, somebody with one hand tied behind his back or somebody with both hands free? And having at least average intellectual ability is like having both hands free. Now, in Brice's case, there's a lot of IQ scores given for him. They range quite a bit, but they're all sort of on the low end. Some of them are very, very low. And one of the experts who did that testing thought, he was trying to make himself look worse. But there are low scores going back to when he was 10, when he was a teenager, before you could expect that he was deliberately trying to sabotage an IQ test. And they're pretty low. There's a very famous study done by a guy named Arnold Samaroff that looked at this idea of risk accumulation in relation to IQ scores. And they looked at 8 different risk factors: low educational attainment in a parent, rigid and punitive, sort of abusive parenting, a whole bunch of them. And they found that if you had none of these risk factors, the average IQ scores were 119. We say 100 is average, but that's average for the whole population. So people without any of these risk factors, tend to be very smart. That's the average. Some are smarter, some aren't as smart. With 4 risk factors, the average was 100. And that's the goal, because for resilience, you need at least average intellectual ability. By the time you get to 5 risk factors, the average was 85, which is significantly below average. And again, it's like having one hand tied behind your back. So that's certainly one of them. Another one is having somebody who is sort of crazy about you and thinks you're really special. Another one is having some special talent or ability.
And I want to jump in and just make sure that what you're talking about now is clear. You're talking about things that would make someone resilient.
Yes.
And indicate that someone might be able to overcome or deal with their trauma, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you said the first one of those was low intellectual functioning.
Yeah, that's the first risk to this. I mentioned there were 8 of these factors in that study, and Brice had all 8 of them. So it wouldn't be surprising if his intellectual ability was hampered by that. A second one is at least one person who's crazy about you.
Can you explain what that means?
I'm sorry.
Can you explain what that means? What is a person who's crazy about you?
I was going to try to.
Okay.
If you go to somebody's house and they have young children, you often see they've taped the child's drawings on the refrigerator, and to an outsider, they look like scribbles, but the parent says, this is my kid's drawing. And, kids know that they're special. I mean, my Italian grandfather was buried with a picture of me in his arms. And that's always stuck with me that, my Italian grandfather really thought I was special. So having at least somebody in that role is really important. It's hard to see that, Brice really had that. His mother, in one of the reports, says his mother expresses love and concern for her son, but their relationship was so difficult. At one point, she sought a protection order against him. So it's hard to see he had that, demonstrating some special talent or ability. Some kids at sports, music, art. I remember visiting a really dysfunctional family once in the Bronx in New York City, and the one girl who was doing okay, she was a track star. And in this chaotic, dirty apartment, there was one corner with her track trophies and stuff. And that, that was a special thing that she had and contributed to resilience. Another thing that contributes is, educational development, good education. And as you get older, reading and writing, thinking, this is one of the resources for overcoming adversity.
And did he have that?
No, he seemed to have difficulty with that. I think there's a lot of school failure. He didn't go that far in school, all kinds of problems in school. So I think, he didn't really have that growing up. Supportive community. People rally around you. Sometimes it's older mentors or, clergymen or whoever it is, other people. Brice doesn't seem to have that. And in his case, it seems to be compounded by this paranoia that he expresses of distrust of people. And it's very hard for people to support somebody if they distrust people generally and push them away. The last one on this research that I'm particularly drawn to is a positive approach to life. The people who just have a sort of, sometimes people use the word spunky. They just have a positive view of life and they can overcome stuff. A term that's used in the field is hardiness. And that suggests somebody who has this positive view that they can manage things and so on. So you put these things together and they're sort of foundations for resilience growing up, but they're also foundations for resilience in rehabilitation later on in adulthood. And in adulthood, sometimes you can compensate for things that you didn't have in childhood, which is, why people do sometimes get better as they age. They overcome adversity and trauma.
So you've indicated that based on the materials you examined in your expertise, that he scored very high on the ACEs.
Yes.
And I think you just told us that also he scored, unfortunately, very low on his resilience.
That'd be my conclusion, yes.
Can you tell us the effect that would have on someone as they go through life?
Well, I think, the effect depends in part on where you grow up, what the rest of your environment is like. Let me give you an example of that. If by age 10, a kid is showing a chronic problem of aggression, bad behavior, acting out, violating the rights of others, if they see a psychologist, they might diagnose them with something that's called conduct disorder. It's a fancy label, but it just means that you've observed a pattern of aggression, bad behavior, acting out, violating the rights of others. These are the kids who, by age 10 are getting sent to the principal, they're being expelled from school, they may get juvenile delinquency things. So we know that if you get to that point by age 10, that on average, about 30% of those kids will end up as seriously violent delinquents, 30%, 3 in 10. But nobody lives on average. Everybody lives somewhere. So research finds if you live in a very positive, supportive neighborhood, the no crime or low crime and a lot of positive role models and all of that, it's not 30%, but 15% of those kids who end up as serious violent delinquents who have that problem at age 10. If you live in a dysfunctional neighborhood with crime and violence and bad negative role models, it's not 30%, but 60%. So the odds that the same kid would end up having serious violent delinquency is 4 times greater in one neighborhood than they are in another. And so I always have to look at what's called the context of any of these individual things. I'll give you this one more example, if I may, about that. I mentioned schizophrenia before. About half of the people who get diagnosed with schizophrenia hear voices. The technical term is auditory hallucination. And people generally haven't studied what the voices say because they're voices in people's heads. But some anthropologists did. And they looked at people who hear voices in 3 different cultures, in the United States, in India, and in Ghana, which is in Northwest Africa. And what they found is amazing. Again, these are schizophrenics who we think of being, crazy and disconnected from reality. In the United States, 70% of the voices for schizophrenics were telling them to commit acts of violence against themselves or others, 70%. In India, it was only 20%. In India, most of the voices are telling them to do things like clean your house better.
That's
Which is
interesting.
annoying, but not dangerous. And in Ghana, it was only 10% of the voices urged violence. In Ghana, the voices are mostly thought to be positive conversations with God. So I mention it because, the society you live in can have an effect on how your trouble expresses itself. For schizophrenics, 70% of the voices here tell them to hurt people, themselves or others. In India, it's only 20%. In Ghana, it's only 10%. So being a schizophrenic here is more dangerous than it is being a schizophrenic in India or Ghana. So the context is always important. And I think in the case of Brice, the context was working against him to make things even worse. So it gets less and less surprising that we're sitting here today.
So I want to turn you now to the future. This jury has found Brice guilty,
Yes.
and they're literally going to sentence him. That's what we're here for. One of the things that it is important for them to understand is whether there is hope for Brice in the future. Can you explain
No.
from your expertise and your conclusions, Brice's path to improvement in the future?
Well, obviously it looks pretty bleak right now, that's for sure. But there is, research shows that development can turn into a positive direction in adulthood. There's a very famous book called The Brain That Changes Itself. It's research about how human brains in adulthood can change in response to changed experiences. And each chapter one chapter deals with having a stroke and how certain experiences can help your brain repair. On the negative side, there's a chapter dealing with pornography, that watching pornography can affect the way your brain deals with sexual stimulation. So the good news is that in a positive, supportive, therapeutic environment, even damaged people can get better. There's a form of therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy that tries to change the way people think, and that can be very successful. If you get it, it can change the way you think, which can change the way your brain works, which can change your behavior. There's also the issue of maturing, that by the time people reach 40, particularly if they've had years of prison at 40, that itself can put them in a lower category for problems. So it's quite remarkable. A lot of the cases I work on are teenagers who've committed murders. I mean, they do some terrible stuff. I remember one case the judge said in sentencing a 15-year-old, there's no possibility of you ever reforming, you're just a lost cause. And now 25 years later, that same individual has been going back for resentencing because not only did he rehabilitate, but he became a remarkable person. Now, that may be a rare case, but it does happen. And that's one reason why I think it's good to leave open the door for this kind of improvement, not to guarantee it, but to say at some point there should be another look at Brice to see if he's as terrible in 20 years as he was when he did these terrible crimes, because it does happen. Sometimes it's almost miraculous that you look back and think, wow, I wouldn't have predicted this. The younger they are at the time of the crime, often the more the prospect is. The fact that he was, 26, I think, at the time, from the point of view of brain development, that's still pretty young. Research shows that you can't really presume a mature brain until about age 25. We have 18 as a marker, but the science says 18 is not a scientific cutoff point. Just a couple of years ago, the American Psychological Association looked at the evidence again and said, for example, scientifically, we shouldn't have a death penalty until at least 21. And other researchers have said you should push that to a higher level. So in a sense, that's good news. Being relatively young means he's still immature. And the research also shows that the more adversity you have, the more it slows down the process of brain maturation. So at 26, he still may have been immature, and he may, as he matures, develop resources that we can't see right now that would improve his ability to be a safe member of the community. No guarantees. In fact, if you had to bet, if I had to bet my firstborn male child on this, I would not want to offer up my son and say, oh yeah, this guy's going to be okay. But I think we need to leave the door open based on the science of development.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't have any further questions. Stay there, prosecutor.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
As you said, you did not interview the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
You reviewed interviews of his family members?
And other sources about him, yes. So this is all sort of collateral information in a way gathered by the mitigation specialists, particularly, who in my experience over 30 years have shown themselves to be very reliable information gatherers.
Did you conduct any interviews yourself?
No.
And did you listen to the interviews or did you read a summary of the interviews?
I think I read summaries or in a couple of cases transcripts, but mainly summaries.
Okay. Did the information come predominantly from his stepmother and his brother?
I think, if I recall correctly, those were two sources, but there are others as well. I'm sure that, the defense could provide a list of all of them, but I think it's not just from a couple of sources.
But you had to rely on what was provided. You didn't get to do follow-up questions to further analyze your 10 factors.
No, I think the information seemed pretty clear, particularly with respect to responding to the adverse childhood experience scale. So I felt pretty confident that this was solid information to go on. Ideally, I might have spent a couple of hours with him, but even then, I'd still rely to a large degree on information collected by others.
I think that we are in possession of the same background interviews, but did you read an interview from Chandler James, his brother?
Well, I'm going to be a little hazy on the who and the what, but if it's in the packet, then I'll sort of stipulate that.
Okay, and do you remember there was a paternal grandmother, maternal uncle, paternal grandfather, another uncle, stepbrother, and stepmother? Do those sound familiar?
That
I know you
sounds-
can't.
sounds
Okay, I'm not trying to quiz you on it, but
Thank you.
was the information about the emotional abuse mostly based on his stepmother's report of him not wanting to go back to his mom's house, curling up in a ball on that one occasion?
Well, I think that was a very, salient, a very poignant example. We're talking about question number 1. I think there were other things around, other things that were other sources and other reports, but certainly that incident is a particularly vivid one. And as it says in my report, that I was reported by his stepmother, Anna, yes.
And the physical, I don't know if I don't think you characterize it as abuse, but physical treatment, you're basing that on his brother's report that their father disciplined them with a belt, correct?
I think that's one of the reports.
Okay.
Often brothers they have the most direct access to some of these experiences.
Obviously. But you're basing this on what other people reported. Well, you're basing this on a summary of what other people reported to the mitigation specialists.
Yes, I'd say in most cases it comes directly from the individual, but then the usual criticism is, well, how do we know they're telling the truth? So I'd say in some ways, this might even be more reliable than if we just had his reports on these things, because particularly in his case, where a couple of the experts thought there was some malingering going on, we'd want to have collateral support if it was just coming from him. It'd be nice to have it coming from him in addition to others. But I think the jury could be very confident that this is a pretty accurate picture of what
the people said to the mitigation specialists.
Yeah, and what they said, and I think probably what he experienced.
And the domestic violence in his mother's home, what we know is that his stepfather was abusive to his mother, correct? And he witnessed that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And there doesn't seem, besides the belt discipline, there doesn't seem to be any allegations of abuse within his father's home, correct?
I don't recall that.
And based on these interviews, it seems like, at least in his father's home, people did demonstrate love and affection for him. His stepmother certainly presents a glowing picture of their family life.
Yeah, I think that's possible. There's one compensatory element of his experience, but one way to think about it, if somebody punches you in the face, the fact that somebody else doesn't punch you in the face, that's good, but doesn't take care from the fact somebody punched you in the face.
In your studies of criminal behavior, is it the case that some types of crimes have a strong correlation with, well, let me give an example. When you look at people who, and obviously this has nothing to do with this case, when you look at people who are sexually abusing children, do you often find that they were sexually abused as children?
Yeah, I believe it's identified as a risk factor for later sexual abuse. And of course, almost everything sexual is often in another category.
Right.
So if the offense is sexual, that often opens up a lot of other issues about rehabilitation.
And isn't it the case that there's a high correlation between people who witness domestic abuse as children and later participate in domestic abuse, both on victim and perpetrator sides? I'd
say there's certainly certainly a very significant risk factor, but like all the risk factors, it's not a one-to-one correspondence.
And so for someone from his background, it would not be surprising to learn that he grew up and got arrested for domestic violence or other things along those lines, because those are risk factors in his background.
Right, it would not be surprising.
What about his background explains the brutality of these murders?
Well, I'm not sure, but my hypothesis would be that he experienced a lot of brutalization himself. Two, these underlying mental health problems distorted his thinking and feeling. But three, being particularly still in that young category, I mean, the things that the immature brains are most problematic about are, one, what's called good decision making, and it's called executive function. It means how well do you weigh costs and benefits. But the second thing is it's called affective or emotional regulation, and has to do with being emotionally competent. And certainly his crimes of brutality often involve people who seem emotionally incapable of understanding what they're doing or regulating their behavior. So I think the emotional regulation part of it could certainly fit into, brutality.
And in the studies, recent, not necessarily recent, but past 20, 30 years, studies on brain development, especially in adolescent males, there's a lot of talk about the development of the brain up till about age 25 with impulsive decision-making that often leads to criminal conduct, correct?
Well, certainly impulsive, but the other word that the Supreme Court used was impetuous, which means acting without care. So sometimes, there's planning for a crime, but then the crime itself is not impulsive in the sense that it was just on the spur of the moment, but it is impetuous in the sense that it shows not taking care, not caring about what you're doing or the outcome. And the young brains are particularly prone to that, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No other questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think everything he said is very interesting. The thing is, I get what he's saying about, there are some people that can change, that are capable of it. But like he said, that situation that he mentioned, it's rare.
All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break. If you could please be back outside the courtroom doors at 10:25. Thank you.
It's rare. And the brutality that Brice showed and the lack of remorse or empathy or any kind of human emotion based on it, to me, just shows there's not a snowball's chance in hell I would be like, oh yeah, maybe he should have parole at all, ever. But I do think it's very important to listen to what the doctor said about the things that led to it. And like I said, the understanding.
Sean, our next witness is going to be by Zoom. Do you want to move? I don't want to step on your toes. I'm not going to move it. Would you mind to move the TV and turn it on? Actually, if you can put it somewhere where I can see it while I get it up and running, and then we'll move it to where the jurors can see it. Thanks.
Understanding like some of the situations that got him to that point is, to me, very interesting. Which I've always been interested in psychology anyway. Obviously, it's what I went to school for. But I think that all of that stuff is very interesting. But I think that there's a misconception about like understanding how somebody got to a certain point, or what is in them, innately that where they're predispositioned for that kind of stuff. Because it's always like there's always factors that contribute to it, but it's not blaming it on one thing. It's not like, oh, it's the mom's fault, or, oh, it's the school's fault, or, whatever. It's not one person's fault. It's not one thing's fault. It's always just a shitstorm of a lot of things that contribute to something. And yes, there are some people who can go through a lot of those things too, that don't end up like that. But I think that's why it's so interesting, because it's kind of like, I always picture it. I think one of my professors in college explained it like this. Like if you're, let's say you put like everybody, right at the edge of a cliff, and like a cliff for all of these different factors, like childhood abuse and early trauma, and, brain damage and abuse, and, psychological, restrictions and issues, and genetic predisposition. You throw all of those things in there to a whole group of people, and have like just a little bitty earthquake, just enough to make the cliff kind of shake. Some people are going to go over the cliff, and some people are not. So you can have a lot of people with the same instances, like, or the same circumstances and situations that behave different, but there could be one different factor or one different something, or, whatever. There's always going to be a bunch of different circumstances that lead to something. And that to me is always very interesting. Now, understanding that isn't excusing it. It's not justifying it. It's not saying it's okay. It's not, there's absolutely nothing that could justify what he did. Nothing. Not one thing in this world would ever justify what he did. There's nothing that can excuse it. There's nobody to blame for it but himself, ever. He is the one to blame. This is not about that. This is just understanding the factors that contributed to what made him, not made him a murderer, that got him to the point where his decision making was so void of human emotion and human empathy that he's capable of doing something like that. Because it's not like just like, you're not just like born like, hey, I'm a horrible serial killer thing. People are complex. Like, this is a whole road to get there. And I think it's interesting to understand it. I think all the testimony from the doctor is interesting, and having understanding and empathy for the child who was Brice is one thing, but it doesn't change the responsibility. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. It doesn't change the responsibility of his crime. And I would hope we would want a healthier society. We can't get there without understanding. And that's one thing too. Think about, like, there are certain like serial killers and stuff that have a lot of the same like traumatic backgrounds and stuff. And like a lot of abusers, or a lot of people who were abused, become abusers. And like, there are certain patterns that are not, 100% obviously, but there are some patterns that make things more likely. Like one of the things is like having, a lot of like serial killers and stuff specifically will have, like a male who had like sexual trauma in his, childhood and that type thing, and neglectful parents, and especially like a really tumultuous mother-son relationship. Like, that's something that plenty of people have that don't become serial killers, but it's something that a lot of serial killers have in common. You know what I mean? So this isn't saying that, oh, if you have all of these things, this is who you become. It's just saying, if this is who you've become, you might have all of these things in your past. I think it's important to understand. But in no way, shape, or form is anybody justifying what he did or excusing what he did or trying to have sympathy for him or anything like that. He still doesn't excuse his behavior since being, yeah, I keep saying this over and over. This is, again, nobody's excusing his behavior. Since being locked up, he hasn't shown any remorse. Yeah, I said that too. He hasn't shown a bit of remorse. He's been acting a fool every time he goes to a hearing. I actually was hoping he'd act a fool during this so that he could get zapped because I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see him get zapped. As much empathy as I have for the child who he was, he's not that child anymore. And like, I want to have understandings from like a mental health perspective of triggers and things that went wrong and, you know, predispositions for violence and things like that. Like, I want to understand all that because it's interesting to me. But regardless of what got him there, he's there. He did this. Those families have to live with it forever. And there's no part of me that ever thinks he should walk free among us again, ever. I think he should have life without parole. I think there's no chance in hell that he gets anything else but that. And if he does, I will be shocked and pissed off. He has shown no human emotion or remorse for anything he's done. And to me, that makes him far more dangerous than if, you know, if he had shown anything. And the fact that he's still, you know, trying to act like Billy Bad Butt, going in front of everybody, like threatening judges and spitting on his attorney and doing all of that stuff, it still shows that he is not capable of controlling himself. There's no way he should ever get parole, ever, ever. I appreciate the doctor, you know, explaining his circumstances and situations based on what he saw. I think that, you know, if he can go to prison and, you know, find rehabilitation, good for him. Like, be the best prisoner you can be. But he should never be on these streets again, ever. Ever, under any circumstances, should he ever be on these streets again. Ever. And I think the jury will see that. I think part of being able to have some kind of change and some kind of rehabilitation is, like the doctor was saying, like you basically have to change your brain, change your thinking. He's not shown any signs that he's willing to do that. And keep in mind, think about how long ago this was. This isn't like he just got busted. This was years ago. And he's still like this. Like, he's not just going to all of a sudden, you know, after what, 7 years of threatening judges' lives and spitting on people and throwing his urine on other inmates and stuff like that. He's not just going to all of a sudden be like, you know what? I think I'm going to change my thinking. Now, could it happen? Sure. Is it likely? No. Is it worth a chance to put him back in society? No. No. Never. I don't think he should ever walk the streets again. I'll be interested to see how many more charges he racks up while he's locked up. Lucy's snoring again. She snores so loud. Like, to be like a 7-pound dog, she snores like a grown man. Alyssa came over for 7 whole months. So happy to be spending my birthday. Is it your birthday too? Everybody's birthdays today. Happy birthday, Alyssa K. So happy to be spending my birthday with my 13th juror cult fam. Based on my prison experience, that bozo is never getting parole. Yes. That's what we want for your birthday, is for him to never get parole ever. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. It's you. And there's a few birthdays today. You, Iowa Backyard Cam, and Granny. All. Was there another? Was there another one? I feel like I'm missing one more. Maybe not. Crafty. I know it's Crafty Grandma. I know it's Iowa Backyard Cam. Alyssa K. Am I missing one? It's all of y'all's birthdays today. If I missed one, I'm sorry. I feel like there was one more. But maybe not. Maybe I'm just crazy. Oh, while we're on break, there is, let me pull this up. I started to do mine a minute ago and then didn't get to do it. This is hope for the holidays. So I want to.
Dr. James, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Just wanted to check.
And then I will.
Okay. Yeah, that comes through audience. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. No, I will. I want to move this so I can see her.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't need to move it.
And then I'll try
That squeaky
to
door.
keep the camera view here so that Dr. James can see you as well.
I'm going to pin this. This is really cool. So hope for the holidays. This is, so the same, y'all remember we did the interview with, about Oakley Carson
Dr.
with
Beverly, are you
her,
sticking around?
foster mom.
It's fine with me. I just speak
Me-
with you with everybody before you left. Do you want to come on up in case you need to leave?
Mute them for a second. So she reached out and, had invited us to take part in this project. It's a great idea, wonderful cause. Basically just taking a moment to send a small note to someone to cheer them up during the holidays. It is, if you scroll down, it says founded this year, actually, Hope for the Holidays came to life when Light the Way and Season of Justice came together, looking to make an impact during the holiday season for families with missing loved ones and families of loved ones with unresolved cases. The core of our work lies in the continuous passion and dedication we bring to the range of projects we take part in. Please join us by supporting our efforts to make a meaningful difference in the lives of others by sending them messages of hope and love. So if you scroll down here, there's like these messages that you can send. Just all you have to do is write a comment, put a message right here, and it's just sending hope and love during the holidays, which can be so hard to people. So this is important to me. So everybody, let's make a contest out of it. I will, because I want everybody to do this. The more love we can send them, the better. So if I pinned the website at the top, if you go to there, do your message. If you screenshot it and email it to me, we'll do a contest and I'll pick a winner. Randomly, we'll do like the spin wheel thing, and we'll pick a winner, and whoever is the winner, like we'll do 3 winners. We'll do one can pick like a hoodie or whatever you want off the website, and then the other 2 winners drawn at random, I'll send them like a mug or something. So, but if you take a screenshot to show that you've done it, email it to me, and then in the subject line, just put contest. It's such a good thing, and there's so many of us. I mean, taking a minute and a half. Send it to my email, Brandi@BrandiChurchwell13. If you send it anywhere else, I won't get it. I'm going to pull them all from my email. So send it to my email. Brandi at BrandiChurchwell13. And I would love to get as many as we can and send as much love and hope as we can. It's such a good cause. Oh.
All 12 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Everybody can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next witness is going to be testifying via Zoom. Mr. Griffiths, are you ready for your next witness?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and your next witness is
Dr. Joette James.
Dr. James. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you. Dr. James, if you have any difficulty hearing me, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Can you identify yourself for the record?
Sure. So my name is Joette James. I am a clinical psychologist and also a board certified clinical neuropsychologist.
All right. And can you walk us through your educational background?
Sure. I received my PhD in clinical psychology in 2003 after completing an internship in clinical psychology. I also completed a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship in pediatric neuropsychology from Children's National Medical Center in Washington, D.C. I obtained my PhD from Northwestern University Medical School. Since that time, I have once I completed my PhD, I also became board certified in neuropsychology and clinical neuropsychology through the American Board of Professional Psychology, and that was 10 years ago in 2013.
Okay. Have you had any other
Lucy didn't like it.
Things that you specialized in as part of your professional development?
Yes, my area of specialty as a neuropsychologist, particularly coming from a pediatric background, has been in developmental disorders. As a neuropsychologist, we tend to focus in 2 areas. One is neurological conditions, which begin early in development or prenatally. So that would include things like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, autism spectrum disorders, learning disabilities, and intellectual disability, which we used to refer to as mental retardation. The second area that neuropsychologists will often deal with are what we call acquired injuries to the brain. This would include things that like severe head injuries, as you would see in a car accident, brain tumors, strokes, seizure disorders. We say acquired because these are conditions that that happen afterwards, right after someone, and can happen at any time during the lifespan. So it can happen; those can happen in childhood. They can happen in adolescence or adulthood. I tend to focus on developmental disorders, that first group. Although I will occasionally see someone, for example, that has had a stroke or some kind of other condition that affected the brain later in life.
And you're testifying today as an expert witness. You've testified as an expert witness before?
Many times, probably at least 50 times.
All right. Can you tell the jury what the purpose was of your role in this case?
Sure. So I was asked to make a determination as to whether Mr. Rhodes met criteria for an intellectual disability. As I said, that is a disorder or diagnosis that we used to call mental retardation, intellectual disability.
Can you explain to the jury and it may be self-evident, but I think it's good to make sure what an intellectual disability is.
Sure. So an intellectual disability is a neurological condition, and it can happen through, I mean, most often it is, so it's a developmental disorder. So again, part of that group that I said shows itself in early childhood. Intellectual disability can have many, many causes. That can be genetic. It can be actually from psychosocial conditions, poverty. It can result from lots of different situations. It has many what we call causes or etiologies, but it is a lifelong condition, and it begins in development at some point in that what we call developmental period, which is sort of broad now because we know that there isn't a fine, bright line where all of a sudden you become an adult, but generally within the first 20 years of life, you're gonna notice this problem, and it really speaks to delays in multiple areas of functioning, delays in language and communication skills, delays in academic skills, delays in social skills, delays in one's emotions and emotional control. And the formal criteria for intellectual disability actually comes from two places. One, we have the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. That's now in its 5th edition, text revision. So its short form is called the DSM-5-TR. And that's kind of like for psychologists and psychiatrists, kind of our Bible of diagnoses. And then for mental retardation or intellectual disability, there's actually another source of information for that, and that's the American Association of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, the AAIDD. And both of those sources define what ID is.
That's exactly where I was gonna go. So in order to determine that someone is intellectually disabled, you look to the scientific basis, and though they lay out the test, right?
Right. So both of those sources, the DSM-5, the Bible for psychiatry and psychology, and the AAIDD, they both have manuals that have the definition, the clinician's definition for ID, the scientific definition. And that is, number one, the person has to have an IQ that is significantly deficient. So when we talk about IQ, we talk about that's the way that we measure intellectual functioning through a test that looks at things like one's problem solving, reasoning, ability to learn from experience, thinking, judgment, etc. And that intelligence is represented by what we call an IQ test, and intelligence quotient. So you need to show significant deficits, typically in the range of below the 2nd percentile or so, which means that 98% of the population is basically smarter than you are, and that's a score of approximately 70 to 75, but it depends on the test. And then the second area, or what we call the second prong of intellectual disability, refers to how someone is in their day-to-day life. So you have to have a low score on the IQ test, but you also have to show in your day-to-day life in those areas I talked about before, communication and language and social skills and your ability to take care of yourself and your ability to solve, to do things like how you are in your community and accessing your community resources, your ability to control and regulate your emotions, your work skills, your academic skills. So like everyday kind of abilities. And then the third, what we call prong of the definition, is that the problems have to be evident in the developmental period. And that's because it's a disorder beginning in childhood. That will differentiate ID from something that starts later. Like, for example, you're 30 and then you have a brain tumor, and the brain tumor destroys part of your brain, and then now your IQ is really low. That's not an intellectual disability because it didn't start in the childhood period.
I want to go back to what you were calling the second prong and just make sure that it's clear. I don't know that you gave us what its title. When we talk about deficit.
No, I didn't. Sorry. It's called adaptive functioning. So the first prong is intellectual functioning, and the second prong is called adaptive functioning. My apologies.
No, you're fine. Let me take that adaptive functioning. I just want to make sure that it's clear. So intellectual functioning is something that IQ, right? And I think everybody's heard that term. And people use that in common language. Adaptive functioning, on the other hand, is not something that people talk about and say. But I think you just described adaptive functioning as the ability to deal with everyday life and everyday life situations. Am I making it too simple?
No, that's absolutely true. Everyday life across lots of situations. So your communication, your social skills, your emotional regulation skills, your how you do in school, like your academics, your work, everything.
So if somebody has a significantly deficient IQ and they also have issues dealing with everyday life, and it manifests during the developmental period, meaning when they're younger, that person is potentially intellectually disabled.
Correct.
Okay.
It's what we used to call mental retardation, but now call intellectual disability.
Okay. In order to make that determination for Brice, what did you do, or what did you examine?
I was provided with a number of records associated with Brice. So school records, I looked at medical records, I looked at previous psychological evaluations that he had, and summaries of adaptive functioning interviews that had been conducted with people who know him very well. So these would be relatives of his. And I also interviewed his mother and did what is called a formal assessment of adaptive functioning. It's a specific test. We have, as neuropsychologists, a few tests of adaptive functioning. The one that I used is called the Vineland Adaptive Behavior Scales. And I asked his mom to actually focus on a particular period when Brice was 15 years old.
Okay. And from, well, in addition, when you looked at those records, did you find any previous diagnosis of any conditions?
Yes, Brice was previously diagnosed with ADHD and with a bipolar disorder.
And what is ADHD?
So ADHD stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. It's a developmental disorder. So it's, again, one of those disorders that clinicians and lay people notice in the childhood period. It begins in the childhood period. I think a lot of people still use the term ADD, but that's kind of an outdated term. And with folks that have ADHD, they can have more problems with the attention part, which we call predominantly inattentive presentation. But the vast majority of people with ADHD are what we call combined presentation, which means that they have problems with focus and attention and listening and following instructions, but they also have problems with restlessness, impulsivity, kind of doing things before thinking. They often find themselves, as children often are the kinds of kids that will just be not able to sit still or run across the street and someone has to grab them. They just have a lot of hyperactivity and restlessness. As an adult, what people describe is more of an internal restlessness, like they just feel jumpy and restless in their head, but you might not see that in their body. And a lot of people with ADHD have trouble with just regulating their skills, like regulating their emotions. They're kind of people who are too much or too little. They have kind of trouble maintaining that even keel. And that's true about their impulses too.
And you said bipolar disorder. Can you flesh that out for the jury?
Yeah, bipolar disorder is a mood disorder. It's what we call a mood disorder. And that can happen at any age. It's different from a developmental disorder like ADHD, meaning that we see it in childhood. Now, mood disorders run in families. So some of the most severe mood disorders actually do start in childhood. But a mood disorder can happen really at any time. It can happen even in reaction to something really bad happening in your life, especially if that reaction, like a depression or a sadness, is even more than what we would expect or lasts longer than we would expect for the bad thing that happened. So like depression, bipolar disorder is a problem with regulation of mood. It's a little bit, as I said, with people with ADHD, they kind of have that problem anyway, but it's like much more challenging if you have a mood disorder. You have periods where you might be quite up and excited and positive. Sometimes for some people, even what we call grandiose, where they feel like they're super powerful and better than everyone else. But sometimes it just means that a person has an elevated mood and they feel good, or sometimes it can just mean that they're really irritable and touchy and they get kind of, they are easily set off and angry and irritable. And then people with bipolar disorder, the bi meaning two, have periods of time when they're very sad and they're down and they don't feel good about themselves. And sometimes they can be so down that they contemplate suicide or even attempt suicide, but have a hard time getting out of bed, have a hard time doing things, just don't have trouble with getting started on things and kind of the will to do activities that they would normally do when their mood isn't so down. So that's what bipolar disorder is. And you can have people with more extreme mood swings. And then you can have people that are just, as I said, more of this sort of irritability all the time kind of brewing under there.
And based on your expertise and what you did and examined in this case, were you able to reach a conclusion regarding Brice's intellectual disability?
Yeah, yes. From all of the information that I reviewed and the interview with his mother, it was my conclusion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that Brice met criteria for the diagnosis of intellectual disability and continues to.
So I want to break down a little bit how you were able to reach this conclusion. Okay, so can you explain a little bit based on what you did and what you saw, how you were able to reach this conclusion? What about the evidence?
So I reviewed multiple IQ tests. So remember I had said earlier that IQ stands for intellectual quotient, and it's our best way of getting at that first prong of difficulties or deficits with thinking and reasoning and problem solving and learning from experience. And so the best way to understand that is administering an individually administered test of what we call intelligence, of those concepts. And so Brice has had evaluations of his intelligence since June of 2001 when he was 10 years old, up until December of 2021 when he was 31 years old. So he's actually had 6 separate assessments of his intelligence using similar measures. When he was young, the child version was used. And then when he was older, beyond the age of 16, the adult measure was used. So I was able to review those 6 separate administrations of his IQ that I found in records and some through reports written by the doctors themselves. So that's that first prong. And then in addition to that, there were a lot of reports in the interviews done with family members that talked overall about some of those aspects of intelligence, like grasping concepts, being able to, for example, his maternal uncle talked about just difficulties with teaching Brice to sweep, or he just wouldn't be able to get it. He talked about Brice using his hands the wrong way when trying to learn how to sweep. And so this gets at this idea of being able to understand broader concepts to learn, which is part of intelligence. Planning, his paternal stepbrother talked about, he would make a plan, but it would be not very well thought out. Part of intelligence is planning and organization. Another relative talked about lack of awareness and insight. And so those are all broad concepts associated with intelligence, being able to kind of understand things, grasp concepts, plan, reason. So that's that first prong of intelligence.
I want to stop and ask you another question though about that first prong. Was there evidence that in what you looked at, that there were times that Brice did not fully meet the effort expected in some of these tests?
Yes, there were. In the evaluation that was done 10 years ago in October by Dr. Riley, and in the evaluation that was done more recently, 2 years ago, by Dr. Williams, both of those doctors did indicate some concerns about Brice's effort in the testing.
Can you explain a little bit to the jury about why you were able to reach a valid result? Granted, you're talking about 2 tests. You told us you looked at 6, but I'd like you to explain, if you could, the about the effort component.
Right. So, one of the things that we want to, when we want to come to conclusions about any data, we want to make sure that that data is valid, that data is telling us something that is truth. And so when there's any suspicion that someone isn't putting forth their best effort, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not putting their best effort or best foot forward because they are deliberately trying to do so. Sometimes it can be that, it can be conscious, but sometimes people don't put forth best effort because they're not super invested in the process, or sometimes it's because they're really tired or depressed, or it's because they don't have a good rapport with the examiner. And then that's actually something specifically we call stereotype threat, which can happen when the examiner and the person being tested are from different ethnic backgrounds. It can change somebody's effort, create more anxiety in the testing process. So there's lots of reasons why people don't put forth best effort. Another reason can just be because that person has trouble, regulating and keeping their emotions on an even keel, which in my opinion is what impacts Brice. Because when someone has difficulties with everyday thinking, reasoning, problem solving. It's the encounter during the testing, very difficult questions. And if you're someone that is easily set off or irritable, then that can be a challenge when you're testing someone. So that's that sort of concept of effort. And in Brice's case, there were, as I said, the 2 more recent evaluations where the doctors expressed concern about that.
But you were able to view many more than just those 2 tests. You were able to view, I believe you said 6?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I was.
And is there, in fact, a relationship between intellectual disability itself and some of the way that people measure things like effort?
Absolutely. One of the biggest concerns in what we call performance validity testing or effort testing in people with lower IQs is that they tend to produce a lot of what we call false positives. So they will seem on effort testing. We have specific tests that look at effort, one of our concerns always that we're looking for is making sure that we don't say that someone with a low IQ is not performing at their best when they really are. And that's what a false positive is. It's identifying someone as not trying when they really are trying. And that is much more likely to happen with people who have low IQs because they have low IQs. So what a test that would seem very easy for someone who doesn't have mental retardation or intellectual disability is actually a little hard. It's harder for someone with a lower IQ. And so they may look like they're not trying when they really are. My conclusions about Brice's IQ are based on the bulk of the evidence that I have. I had 6 IQs. There were 2 that there were some concerns about effort. One of those doctors that had concerns about effort actually said, if we retested him in a year or so, I would expect that it wouldn't, that he would have an IQ that is actually in the intellectual disability range. And so, there was a consistency in generally lower scores that I felt confident about that we would still say Brice met the criteria for that prong 1. That prong 1 being deficits in intellectual functioning.
And we're using the term effort testing, right? But another term for that, right, is malingering.
Yes, that would be at the extreme end of conscious, deliberate, not putting effort into the testing. So that's malingering is like one of many reasons that people don't put forth best effort. As I said, they could also be because they're having trouble with emotional control, and things are hard and they don't want to do them, or because they don't have a good relationship with the examiner and they feel very nervous, or they're not invested, or they're tired, or in pain. I mean, there are lots of reasons why people don't put forth best effort. Malingering is only one.
Okay. You were just expressing sort of the effect that intellectual disability itself has, ironically, on testing for intellectual disability. Are there some other myths about intellectual disability that it would be good to explain to the jury?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like many developmental disorders, part of the problem is that people have a particular idea when they think about a developmental disorder, like autism and like intellectual disability, and traditionally, and even like schizophrenia, which is not a developmental disorder, all of these sort of mental conditions, people have like a stereotype in their head. For ID or mental retardation, what people often think of is the person who is very severely or profoundly mentally retarded. So that would be someone who can't walk or can't talk, is in a wheelchair, can't feed themselves, needs 24-hour care, and might have like physical stigmata that tells you that something is wrong with them. Like, for example, Down syndrome, which is typically associated with intellectual disability. Many people think, oh, well, if you have the intellectual disability, you're going to look funny. I'm going to be able to tell in your face or your body that something is wrong. And all of that is actually not true. The vast majority of people with intellectual disability, 85%, look totally normal. They don't have anything physically. You can't tell, and many people with intellectual disability can read and write. In fact, the vast majority, 85% again, are able to achieve reading and writing skills up to like the 6th grade level. So, they're literate, not great, but literate, and can walk and talk and, don't look necessarily at first glance. And that's the thing, at first glance, that something is wrong with them.
So you're saying it isn't always obvious on the surface?
Correct.
So let's talk a little bit about Brice's adaptive functioning. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Adaptive functioning is broken down into different areas. And so what I'm going to do is ask you about some of those areas, and then you just tell us what you were able to conclude about those. All right?
Okay.
Okay. One of those areas, I believe, is communication. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury what you were able to determine from the evidence about his ability to function in the area of communication?
So I looked at some of the various interviews that were done with family members. For example, his half-brother, his stepbrother, his stepmother, and looked at some of the things that they were saying about him. And so what I found was that there were consistent reports of problems with communication, which is both understanding of language, comprehension, and also what someone is able to express. So, for example, he was variably described as not being a good communicator, bad at listening and comprehension. And this is, by the way, across his life. So, at different points when he was a little kid, but also as a young adult. Folks talked about, him not being employable just because he doesn't have the communication skills to deal with people. He didn't have, this is his uncle saying that he didn't really have the capacity to understand what was going on. That his mom talked about how she took him to a interview with a manager as an adolescent, kind of exploring the idea of him having a part-time job. And at the interview, she described his expressive language, what he was able to say, as lacking when the manager was asking him questions, and noted that generally Brice didn't start conversations with adults. So all of those things kind of brought together this idea of both difficulties in listening and understanding, as well as expressing himself.
When you say didn't start conversations with adults, is that something that you would expect from somebody who is intellectually disabled?
Yes. Yes. It's interesting. A lot of folks with ID are described as quiet. And they're quiet often because they don't have a lot to say, and it's hard for them to express themselves verbally, organize their language, put their thoughts into words.
Is someone with intellectual disability more likely to communicate than with people who are their age or, in fact, younger?
Yes. There's one of the red flags of intellectual disability actually is gravitating towards younger peers and more socially immature peers because they just literally cannot keep up. They cannot keep up with the demands that same age peers would have at all stages of development. So that's when they're kids, but also more critically during adolescence, because that's a time when peer relationships become extremely important up until young adulthood, that sort of 22, 23. During that time period, relationships with peers, romantic relationships, etc., become really salient and important to people. And if you just don't have like the skills to keep up, then you're going to be quiet, you're going to be withdrawn, or you might gravitate to younger people.
I did a poll.
So someone in their 20s.
Do you think any of this will make the jury
tend to
decide Brice will get
socialize
parole?
with people who are in their teens, for example?
Yeah, because they're at the more of the same level. The demands aren't that of a similarly aged person in their 20s, who are going to be much more subtle, more nuanced in conversation. And it's just easier. And it's also one of the things that people do when they have intellectual disability often is try to mask those problems. And it's easier to mask those problems when you're associating with people younger, because you don't have to work as hard to try and keep up. You don't have to try to put on that face.
I'm going to move you to a different aspect of functioning, and that's functional academics. Can you explain to the jury what functional academics means?
Sure. It's basically when we think of like foundational skills needed for learning in reading, writing, math, and the translation of those into independent functioning as a child and over time. So for example, an adult sort of translation of mathematics would be having a bank account, being able to, kind of read and understand contracts and pay bills and that sort of thing. As a kid, it's more of those basic reading, writing, because when you're a kid, your work is really school. So it's reading, spelling, math, and as you get older, you start to have a more applied use for that.
And how did he do in functional academics?
Well, we know that from school records as early as the second grade, Brice had pretty significant academic deficits across the board. So I looked at second grade scores that showed on standardized testing below average skills across language, math, and social studies, ranging from the 5th percentile to the 14th percentile. And he really struggled across the board. He had special education services in childhood. His mom noted that she tried to enroll him in GED classes as a young adult, but was told that his academic abilities as a young adult were even too low, and that he actually needed to take remediation classes. And this is evident if you look at Dr. Riley's assessment of Brice in 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, his scores, he would have been around 23 at the time. His reading comprehension was measured then at below the second grade level, and his math was at the early first grade level. And individuals, family members in his life, that was, again, another consistent theme about him performing poorly in school. He was described as a terrible student, learning disabilities classes, not particularly good at reading or writing or academics in general. And his younger brother actually would help him sometimes, which is pretty telling. So again, this idea that he just wasn't grasping academic concepts at his grade and age level, such that even his younger brother was able to do the kinds of academic tasks that he couldn't.
Another area of adaptive functioning is called social. Can you explain what you're looking for in that area?
Sure. I mean, social is an easy one because it's kind of self-explanatory, but so it means, how a person gets along with people, how they, their social interaction skills. It's having friends. It's spending time with those friends. It's also got a component that we measure that's more surface, like being polite. And also, social relates to things like gullibility, being easily taken advantage of by others, not recognizing the motives of others, and also poor social judgment, choosing people to be friends or associating with people who may not be the best for you. So social skills is, really relates to all of those. Actually, I guess it's more complicated than I originally described, but yes.
Thank you, Win
that's
Bailey.
social
Thank
skills.
you.
And then how did he do in that area?
Again, looking at both Vineland, mom's rating of him at the age of 15, but also relatives that in their interview discussed significant social deficits, talked about trouble with sharing. Mr. James talked about Brice not being taught how to form happy relationships. He had trouble making friends at school, even sought out conflicts where it was clear he wouldn't prevail. So, again, we see that a lot in folks that have lower IQs. They struggle to make friends, and they have low self-esteem and they want to prove themselves. But, seeking a conflict is not the best way to do that. It shows really poor judgment. His romantic relationships were described as juvenile. Others talked about him always seeming a little bit immature and struggling to socialize.
Teresa Blake, thank you for gifting a membership.
Being the least intellectually capable despite being the oldest.
And when you say least intellectually capable despite being the oldest, you mean of the siblings?
Correct.
Okay.
Mary, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you.
Last area I want to ask you about in adaptive functioning is what's called self-direction. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Yeah, that's a really super complicated way of just saying being able to handle, to regulate yourself. So they're regulate, and the term executive functioning is part of that. I think that's a lot in popular literature right now, this concept of executive functioning, which is basically your ability to regulate your emotions, regulate your impulses, initiate tasks without, someone constantly having to light a fire under you to get you going.
Lily's mom, thank you
or
for
remind you to stay on task. Attention is part of self-direction. Anything you have to think about that was related to regulating and executive functioning. When you have good executive functioning skills, those are really key to being able to do well in real life. If you have trouble controlling your emotions or your impulses or your attention, that's going to interfere with your success in day-to-day life. So that's what self-direction is.
And then how did Brice do in self-direction?
This was actually one of the areas in which he struggles the most. Again, when you think of his diagnoses of ADHD and bipolar disorder, those are both reflecting problems in self-direction. Bipolar mood regulation, ADHD more attention regulation. So since he was younger, school records from childhood through adolescence shows problems with controlling emotions, being able to focus his attention, being able to sustain his attention. He couldn't focus in the classroom, but he also struggled to focus even in sports like football practice. He was impulsive and impatient as a child. And that continued into adulthood. Mr. Rhodes described Brice as having trouble with concentration and said that there were things that he wanted to try and wanted to do, but could not follow through. He was described as quick to anger. And his mother, in rating him at 15, actually rated him as functioning almost like a preschooler, essentially. Even at 15, he was more like a preschool kid when it came to self-regulation and self-direction. So she said he was at 15 never able to control his anger when there were unexpected changes in plans. He was never able to control anger when he couldn't get his way. He was never able to think through consequences before acting.
So you told us that you, with all of this work and all of this evidence, you were able to diagnose him with an intellectual disability. But intellectual disability affects different people in different ways. Some people are able to overcome those things. Can you explain to us what the effect, if you had an intellectual disability, what the effect of also having bipolar would be? Would that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you for a second.
That's fine. Oh, you still can't. Can you explain to us the way a bipolar condition would interact with someone's intellectual disability?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, so with a bipolar disorder or mood disorder, then and intellectual disability, it makes it even more of a struggle to manage emotions. So, in both cases, you tend to be more led by your emotions versus using the parts of your brain that are associated with things like making sound decisions, considering future consequences of actions. When you have both a mood disorder and intellectual disability, it's like a double deficit, really, because we use with the intellectual disability piece, you don't have the reserves as far as your cognitive reasoning ability and your language ability to do things like self-talk in a conflict situation or in a potentially dangerous situation or when emotions are running high. You don't have the access to the parts of your brain that are saying, oh, you know what, this is probably not a good idea. When you're emotionally riled up, you know what, I need to calm down. That's self-talk. And the intellectual disability, because of those deficits in language and reasoning, make it harder to talk yourself down. It makes it harder to negotiate a social conflict or negotiate a challenging situation that's going to come out in a good adaptive way. You're more likely to kind of be led around by the nose of your emotions and more susceptible to those mood changes and the problems with impulse control that those mood changes will bring, or the problems in managing anger that those mood changes bring.
So we've been talking about how Brice got here and what makes Brice Brice. But this jury, and unfortunately, I don't know that you can see the jury, but they're right here. This jury has found him guilty of these charges. And the task that lies before them is to determine what the punishment should be. So one aspect of that you've explained in great detail. But another question that they have is, can Brice improve? Is Brice capable of getting better? I'd like you to address that if you could.
Sure. So as I said, ID is a lifelong condition, developmental condition. But what we do know is that people with ID require support And the folks that do have that support do much better. And they can, and that support can just be, advice. Or a lot of folks with ID tend to gravitate towards people who are older, more experienced from the advice standpoint, not from the socialization standpoint, but that support can be someone who helps them talk through decisions that they need to make. And it's also really about skill building, learning skills to control emotions, learning skills to recognize when you're getting heated up inside, and you need to do something about it before you become really angry, or before you say something or do something that you shouldn't. So it's skill building that can be done more formally through therapy, through psychotherapy, with a therapist that has an eye to and experience in understanding people with developmental disorders. You need someone, ideally, with that expertise who can modify or adapt traditional therapeutic approaches for someone with ID, for someone who may not have the language or may not have the more nuanced thinking. So there are therapeutic approaches like cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectical behavioral therapy. Those are fancy terms that mostly mean teaching someone how to be more mindful of their emotions, how to recognize their emotions, how to be able to exert better control over their emotions, understand the relationship between their emotions and their thoughts, and why they might behave in certain ways. So helps someone develop more insight, which would help Brice tremendously. And then, of course, on top of that would be medication. There are a plethora of medications that really help people better control their emotions and also better focus their attention. They're not magical pills, but they help, and especially in combination with, as I said, the therapeutic approaches I just talked about.
So you talked about the creation of support.
Yeah.
So medication would be.
Okay. I'm 80, and this stuff is what I went to school for, and I was super interested, but my attention is not, I can only go for so long. Deborah, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Brandi, for all you do. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up. I just had to pause this for a second because I am losing focus and I'm falling asleep and I'm sitting here doing this, trying to keep myself awake. And I find, and that says a lot, because I went to school for this stuff. Like, this is what interests me. And if I'm losing focus, then that's a bad sign, because normally this stuff is super interesting to me. And it has been up until the last 72 of the 84 years. Can we watch panda videos? Let's pull up a panda video. Cleanse our palate, and then we'll listen to the rest of this in 1.25 speed. I think everybody's zoned out. I think panda videos. Let's see. Let's do panda video. Panda funny moments compilation. Here we go. Panda. Here we go. Panda funny moments compilation. Here we go. Right here. I love a panda. Look. Oh my gosh, I love them. They're so funny. And they just fall. Look, they just fall. Bless them. How do they survive in the wild? I don't even know. I just love them so much. Look. Like, they're, look how cute. they're clumsy and chubby and their eyes are often dark circles. And I just can relate to that so much. And I love it. This is a good little palate cleanse. Wake us all up so we can go back to it. How cute are they? I love them. And remember, for 1 whole month, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We are glad to have you. This is your anniversary gift, Anne. Watching pandas. Look, oh, I almost had, oh, Lucy does that with her little paw when I'm trying to get her, play with her. Look, oh. So cute. Okay, we'll pause it. We'll leave it. We'll come back to it when we need another palate cleanse. All right, let's wrap up with
one
her.
way that support could exist, right?
Correct.
I think you
Panda
told us
break.
therapy, right, just now?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that counseling in different ways could also provide some additional support?
Yeah, that's what I meant by therapy.
Okay. Also, participation in various programs that could be offered by the Department of Corrections could provide that support, right?
Correct. I understand that there are programs related to, especially group programs around anger management, for example.
And also resources that would be available, ongoing resources if someone after years was returned to the community, right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Well, we call those wraparound services.
He's still hoping for
it's a
parole.
combination
I don't think it's going to happen.
Check-ins and therapy and medicine. And then for people with intellectual disability, you want them delivered in what's called a wraparound way, where there's a team and there's coordination. And there are a number of programs in the community that provide that.
So you're testifying that with the right combination, there's still hope for Brice in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you reviewed a number of reports, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed both the school reports and the reports from doctors regarding the previous testing.
Correct.
And you reviewed some summaries of interviews, correct?
Correct.
Is the only interview you did the interview with his mother, LaShawna Rhodes?
Correct.
Was that over the phone or by video conference?
It was in person.
Oh, okay. And then you did not have the opportunity to interview the defendant, correct?
No, and that was because he refused to be interviewed.
Okay. So as you didn't get to observe him in any sort of environment for the adaptive function portion of this, you relied on word from other people.
Hi, addicts.
Correct.
I did, but it wouldn't be appropriate to. This is a developmental disorder, so as I indicated, so it wouldn't be appropriate to base his adaptive functioning on current any current observations, particularly in an incarcerated setting, which doesn't approximate the real world.
So for the tests that assessed his IQ, we have 6 different test results, starting with the 2001 test when he was 10 years old. And on that one, he had a full scale IQ of 90, which is in the average range.
Hello.
So that's correct. It would need to be adjusted, however, for the Flynn effect. So the actual IQ would be more appropriately an 86.
And there's a range where you can have confidence in the result of 5 points plus or minus on each of these results, isn't there?
The range depends on the particular test. In the DSM and the AIDD, it's approximately 5, but that's because if they were to list all of the confidence intervals, which is the ranges that you're talking about for individual tests, it would be pages and pages and pages. So in the DSM and the AIDD, they say about 5.
Okay. And for the results in the 80s, those are considered low average.
Yes.
70s is considered borderline.
So 70s is considered borderline according to the Wechsler, but someone with an IQ in the 70s can still be considered ID because the diagnosis of ID is in the DSM-5 and the AIDD. The diagnosis of ID is separate from the labeling or description of an IQ according to the test. So the Wechsler test can refer to an IQ in the 70s as borderline, but an IQ in the 70s can still meet criteria for ID under the diagnostic criteria.
The second test we have results from is from 2004. And is it correct that we don't have details about this test? We just have the result that it was a full-scale IQ of 80.
Again, we don't have the actual test itself, but Flynn corrected. I just want to make sure that we're looking at the right column. It actually should be a 79.
And for the rest of these, we do have more information about them, write-ups from the doctors. That test, we just simply have the result, not the write-up.
Correct, as part of a school record.
In 2007, when he was 16, there was a test by Dr. Berger. And is that one that you reviewed?
There was, I can't recall what it was that I reviewed, but it was the details of the IQ, which was a 72.
Okay.
Third.
It's 74 with Flynn effects to the 72.
It's actually it's actually a 72 if it's more correctly viewed.
Okay. And on that report, Dr. Berger said that the defendant did not appear to be motivated to perform well, did not increase his effort for more difficult tests. Therefore, the results of his intellectual and academic testing should be interpreted as cautious estimates of his actual abilities and or performance at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct. He did not indicate that it was an invalid score. He said it should be interpreted with caution.
And
real quick, while we have all the RA raters in here, there's a contest that we're doing. It's for a really good cause. I want to tell you real quick while we have you here. Hope for the holidays. This is something I'm doing a contest for. If you fill this out and screenshot that you did it and email it to my email with the subject line contest, then I'll enter you in a contest. One person will win a hoodie, 2 people will get mugs, but it only takes a second. So please, but it's to send just words of hope and encouragement for people who are have family members or loved ones that are missing during the holiday season or that have unresolved cases during the holiday season. So if you here, I'll post the link. If you put the oops, wrong thing. If you put the scroll this down to the bottom, right here. If you put your little comment right here, you could type your put the comment title, type your little thing in here, and then put your name, send me a screenshot, and I will enter you into the contest to win either a mug or a hoodie.
2013 test was actually taken as part of his application for disability benefits, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then for the 2013 test with Dr. Riley, that one, there was great concern from Dr. Riley about the results. And he actually said the client may not have given his best effort, tended to exaggerate memory problems. Performance may reflect an attempt to present himself in a most unfavorable light in order to receive services or special considerations. The current test results are believed but a gross approximation of the cognitive and academic strengths and limitations that Mr. Rhodes brings to training and employment. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and he indicated that reevaluation in 1 year may reveal borderline or mildly impaired intellectual functioning.
Lucy.
He also said that the results were most likely invalid of this test, correct?
That's correct. And he said that reevaluation in 1 year would likely produce results that were in the intellectual disability range.
But he also said that even a provisional diagnosis of borderline or mentally impaired intellectual functioning was not really warranted. On page 7.
He may have said that, yes. And again, I think it's really important because all neuropsychologists do this. We're not looking at individual scores. We're looking at them as a whole. So when I make an evaluation of that prong 1, it's looking at all of Brice's scores, not just one, and taking into account, as I did in the chart, some of the concerns about effort. But nevertheless, there is a consistency there that his IQ scores show deficits in intelligence.
And then the final test was in 2021 with Dr. Williams, and there was also a concern about effort in that test as well, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And the score that was produced, again, shows a good consistency of intellectual deficit.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
No other questions.
Oh, hallelujah.
All right. Dr. James, thank you for being with us. We do not have any further questions, and you are free to go.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
The jury's going to need a break after that.
All right, you all want to come up for just a second?
Amber, I'm sending you this link right now. Hope for the holidays. Okay. Even seeing him talk. So does anybody think that after all of that, I think it was, interesting to hear all of his issues, and what led to everything. Does anybody think that that's going to cause the jury to say, oh, yeah, maybe he could have some kind of rehabilitation. Maybe he could have parole. I don't.
All right. Are there any other witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor. That's the end of the defense's
That's
case for mitigation.
Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. All right, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We will have one witness when we come back, and then you will get the case for deliberations again. I'm going to ask you to be back outside the courtroom at 12:30 p.m., okay? Thank you.
All right, jury.
Back at 12:30 Eastern. All right, we're about to do feet finders. Look, what's that paper? Let somebody grab it. Feet finders, feet finders. Courtney Meek, hello. Courtney says, what have I missed? What time did it start this morning? It started about 9. No victim impacts. They don't do the victim impacts during this phase. When they do the sentence or the sentencing phase and all of that.
Is there anything that we need to discuss before I go off the record? Thank you all.
The ones that I've seen, they did the victim impacts after. The victim impact statements are different than the victims getting up there during the sentencing phase, because when they get up there during the sentencing phase, it's more or less like they're up there still, they're still considered a witness. So they're and like we saw, like, oh gosh, bless her heart, the poor grandma who was crying, but they're still asking her questions. The victim impact statement is different. That's a statement that they wrote that, or that they say, or whatever, that they get to specifically address, not being on the stand answering questions. So it's something that's different. And I think after the jury deliberates and they do they get ready to do the sentencing and all that, I don't know if they'll do it before they give the sentence or after, but that's normally after this part. So that will be, as always, victim impact statements are always, the hardest part. I will sit here and boohoo cry and, do my ugly cry. And then we'll all hug Lucy and wipe our tears and try to make sense of something so horrific. But it's the hardest part to get through on the trial, but it's also the most important part, because it's really, of course, all about the victims and the impact that his horrific crimes had on them. It's awful. Did he do anything crazy in the courtroom? He has not done anything crazy in the courtroom this time. I think because he knows that, number one, he knows that there's a zapper on him. That's number one. Number two, because he knows that the jury is going to be the deciding factor for what his sentence is and whether or not he's, guilty and all of that. So they've gone through they did good on the guilt phase. Now they're going to get the deliberations for the sentencing. I don't think that there's any chance that they'll be like, you know what? I think he deserves parole. I don't think that there's any chance of that happening at all. I could be wrong. I'm usually not. Just on something so horrific. Like, it's kind of like it's a slim to none chance, I think, for him to actually get parole, especially just given the brutality of the crimes and what he did afterwards, and his, now that they're past the guilt phase, now they're getting to hear all of his other crimes and all of that. I think that it's just very different now for them. Now they have more of a full picture of what happened, which is interesting. I don't know who the last witness is. I think defense had no more witnesses, right? So they had, but they said one more witness. So I'm assuming one more is coming from the prosecution side or Commonwealth side. We'll see if we can find out. I know that, let's see. Let's see. I don't think she's in. Oh yeah, they had to take her phone. Never mind. I was going to say, we could ask. The victim's mom's best friend has been in chat, but she was going to the courthouse today, and I remember her saying the other day that she doesn't get to take her phone. They take their phones when they go in. So if she checks in during lunch, we'll see if maybe she can give us any insight into how things are going in the courtroom. In the previous hearings and stuff like that, he acted up, which we've all kind of been like hoping he would act up a little bit just so that we could see him get zapped. But it hasn't happened yet. But give it time. I mean, look, after he gets sentenced and he has to listen to the victim impact statements, it wouldn't surprise me, especially if Miss Wren gets up there. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, yes. Good. Send the email to me. Yeah, email Brandi at BrandiChurchwell13 with your screenshot where you did the note for the families for the holidays, and I will enter y'all into the contest. I'll give it like 24 hours. I'll try to maybe draw it tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a short stream either tomorrow afternoon or Friday. We can do it. We'll spin the little wheel. Maybe we'll do it Friday. We'll spin the little wheel and see who wins the prizes. It's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. All right, let's see. Oh, you wanted to see penguins? Yes. Okay, we were watching pandas. Keep watching pandas for a minute. Let me pull penguins. This is like our little palate cleanse. We get to watch animals for a bit. It makes us all, oh, and there he goes. I love it. I love it when they fall, but like in a sweet way. Smallski, new member, welcome. Welcome.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
We just became best friends. Welcome. You live here now. It's good to have you. Welcome to the family. Bug Dugger gifted 5 memberships. Bug Dugger, thank you. Thank you. Let's see who it went to. It went to Jessica H. Pernilla G. Oh, my eyeballs. Katie did 86. Courtney Meek. Teresa. We're all good to memberships. Bye, Bug Dugger. I love it. Thank you so much, Bug Dugger. I appreciate you. Y'all are very generous. Why does he look like he's pole dancing? All right. Penguins. Penguins. Let's get to penguins. Oh, I typed in penguins and it's giving me Pittsburgh Penguins. It's giving me all of the videos of the Pittsburgh Penguins hockey team. Okay. All right. Here's Penguins. We'll say, well, oh, they're fighting. They're getting, we'll make our little pandas smaller over here. And then here's your Penguins to watch. So now you get both. Little palate cleanse, little lift for the heart. Always does some good. Always does some good. Oh, to live as a panda, right? Look at, like happy feet. It's like happy feet. Ah, Mandy, thank you so much, Mandy. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. That's cute. Yeah, Jim Bob, Panda and Penguin's the most precious little tuxedo fight ever. Yes, I can explain the giveaway again. So the Hope for the Holidays link. Here, let me pin it while they're at lunch. BrandiChurchwell13. Fill out a message of hope at hopefortheholidays.com. Email a screenshot to Brandi at BrandiChurchwell.com to enter the giveaway. All right, here it is. Dang it, I can't pin it if I put it right here. Hold on, I have to put it in StreamYard or else it won't let me pin my own comment. For whatever reason. Oops, I almost timed myself out. All right, there. It's pinned at the top of the chat now. So if you go to hopefortheholidays.com, all you do is scroll down to the bottom, give a little note of support and love and hope for people who have missing family members or unresolved cases during the holidays, because, you know, that would be difficult always, but especially during the holidays. So fill out a little note. If you take a screenshot to show that you've done it and then email it to my email, put the subject line as contest, send it to my email. I'm going to pick 3 winners. 1 will get a hoodie from the website and 1 or 2 will get mugs. We'll put them on the little spin thingy, the little wheel, and you can watch us. We'll draw on Friday. But it's such a good loving cause, something, you know, anything we want to do. Like the main reason we're here. Yes, we like to watch the justice process, but the main reason we're here is, you know, we want to support victims and people who struggle with this. And so what a good positive way to do it. And it only takes a couple seconds and you can get a hoodie or a mug out of it. Can't go wrong there. I love watching these animal videos. The only problem is I start thinking that Lucy needs like a little baby penguin brother or a little panda sister. And I don't think my condo HOA will allow it, but that's okay. That's okay. They will fit right here. They will fit. Actually, they will. The pandas and the penguins would fit. Oh, penguins already over. Pandas and the penguins would fit right in with my decor because I have everything's black and white with like little bits of pink. So I could have like pandas and flamingos all in my condo. Everything matches. I wrote hood for the holidays. No, you're not disqualified. Oh, it's too hot. Oh, oops, I just moved that. What happened? It's too hot in Florida for a penguin. I guess so. I guess so. Get her a stuffed panda with a red 13 jersey shirt. Oh, that'd be cute. I love pandas. Actually, I didn't start loving pandas so much until this channel. We went on a field trip to the zoo one day. Court ended early, and we needed something to do. We weren't quite ready to all say goodbye yet. So we took a field trip to the zoo, and we started pulling up live animal feeds and watching the animals. And we were watching the pandas, and I just fell in love with the pandas. I fell in love with them. They're so cute. And they're just so clumsy. And that makes me love them because I am also clumsy. And I also wear a lot of black and white. So there's that. There's that. Okay, so basically nobody thinks after all of that that Brice is going to get any kind of parole. I definitely don't. Kangaroos are not cute. Kangaroos are a lie. No, kangaroos are a lie. Kangaroos only, like, people want you to think that they're cute, but that's a lie. They're actually, like, what I posted a picture of a kangaroo when I found out that my whole life was a lie. And like, they actually, I can't remember what I said about them. I think I said something about like, they look like, they like just got out of prison and they bench 220 and smoke menthol cigarettes. Like they look, kangaroos are terrifying. Like that's what nightmares are made of. Yeah, no, I used to think they were cute too. And then I found the internets. Look for penguins that fall. Okay, penguins that fall. Kangaroos are terrifying. Look, aw. Aw. Bless their little hearts. Oh. Have you ever seen the mountain goats? Like the ones that they have them at the zoo and stuff too, where they'll have you ever seen, we'll just have a National Geographic lunch break. Hold on. I want to see a mountain goat climb. I always see them get up there, but I've never seen them actually getting up there. Mountain goats climbing. How does that work? We're going to have to watch this. Okay, here we go. Mountain goats climbing. Penguins falling. Mountain goats climbing. Look, it'll be like nothing right here. Make sure we can see both. Oh, here. We'll move the beach for a minute. I'll give you beach back in just a little bit. I don't know how they do it. It'll be, I live near mountain goats. Have you ever seen them climb? I thought this was a video of them climbing. Oh, wait, here we go. Wait, is this it? Oh my gosh, look at that. I don't understand. And like, look, those are like hooves. That's not like, they're not in like, grippy boots or anything. I don't get it. I can't even climb up on my bed without falling at least once a week. And they are like climbing whole mountains. Whole mountains that go like this. They're mean. Look, and it's like their hoofs are like, how do you even look? Oh, and then how do they get down? I have questions. Look at that. Oh, that's so scary. They start looking like those, you know, how when you see like a big rock wall or dam or whatever, and there'll just be like a weed growing out of it. That's what the goats look like. Like it's just growing on out of it. That's what it looks like. Like it just shouldn't be there, but suddenly it is. Look at that. That's terrifying. Depth perception is not a thing with them. Like, what's it eating? They don't have a harness or nothing. They're just up there living their best life. I don't understand. Look at that is terrifying. Hold on, we got to find another one. I still have questions. Still have questions. I don't get it. Showing off with the run. I know, right? They're licking salt. Somebody give them babies a salt block so they ain't got to climb 400 feet to get it. Look at that. Look at that. That might be more terrifying than a kangaroo, because anybody that's capable of doing that has something in them. Look. How you're hiney that big and you're just frolicking up a mountain. Look at that. You really can't see them on the side of the rocks either until they move, huh? This is, oh no, oh no. Look at this guy. He's cute. Look at that. That's insane. They don't have. Like they just, gravity's just not a thing for them. The Lord is their harness. They shall not fall. All right. What else? What other animals did y'all want to see? What'd you say? I can't even walk in heels, and they're walking on like little bitty hooves like this up a whole ass mountain, and I can't even walk in heels. But that's, you know, fainting goats. Oh, fainting goats are. They're cute. Looks like Lucy when she wants a belly rub. How cute is that? Aw. Aw. Look, that one stopped and just. Bless their little hearts. The link is pinned to the top of chat for that that website. Oh, look, there's their, this guy's passed out. There's their, I don't even know how that works. Like, people spend hundreds of dollars on like grippy rock climbing boots. And here these guys are walking around with like a coffee bean for a foot, and they're climbing mountains. I don't get it. Fainting goats are adorable. Look at this guy. Oh, he just knocked her out. Okay, hold on. I want to pause this one because they're really cute. But also look at the predators coming after him. Look at, oh no, oh no. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. That just got really sad. I don't want to see that. This was cute. Aw. Oh, we have a little petting zoo here in Panama City Beach, and well, not petting zoo, like a little animal farm. There is a petting zoo part on it though, and me and my Mike will go up there sometimes, and I get like the yearly passes, so we'll just go over there when we're bored. I love going to see the animals. What did he think is going to happen? Oh, look, he's hitching a ride. How cute is that? Crafty Grandma, member for 5 whole months. I've always wanted a fainting goat. And it's your birthday. Somebody get Crafty Mama or Crafty Grandma a fainting goat for her birthday. Happy birthday. Happy anniversary. Oh. Oh, look how cute. Has anybody ever done goat yoga? Where they climb all up on you? Look how pretty. He's going to fall off that cooler. Yep. Bless him. Oh, bless. Look. Oh. Trouble says I live near an ostrich farm. There's an ostrich at that little zoo over here, and those things could be mean. I have a video of it trying to. I was wearing a shirt that had like a little over thing that had like fringe hanging down off of it, and he kept trying to grab my fringe. Look. Oh. Aw. That's what I look like when I'm blow drying my hair. They're so cute. CM Southern, member for 1 whole month. Oh, look, the pig is walking its pet cat. Can we watch Baby Goats in Pajamas? Yes, we'll do that next. We'll do Baby Goats in Pajamas. I'll put that one on for you while I take Lucy out real quick. Veronica says, I have goats and it's harder to care for them than what you think. Yeah, my aunt and uncle have goats on their farm and they're a lot. Some things just aren't meant to go in your mouth. That's a beautiful horse. That was not a beautiful move. So gross. Laura Farmer, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Just emailed you a hilarious camel video I took. You'll love it. I will have to look at it. Happy anniversary, Lauren Farmer. Oh. These are fun. We should do this every lunch break. Go to the zoo. Every lunch break. Trip to the zoo, trip to the farm. Oh, the horse is doing yoga. Lucy, that horse is doing yoga and you need to up your game. Oh. We had this beautiful Palomino when I was growing up, and that horse loved my daddy, and my daddy would go sit out in the front pasture and he would sit like crisscross applesauce, and this pony would come up and sit in his lap and eat Cheerios out of his hand. It was the cutest thing in the world. That pony thought it was a dog. That goat is in a sweater. How cute is this? Okay, I've got like 14 minutes left on this. I'm going to take Lucy out real quick and I'll be right back. She heard me. Do you hear that? She jumped out of her bed. I'll be right back. Hello, welcome. How much did I miss? Pigs twerking. Pigs twerking. Oh, I was like right in time. Good timing. Oh, only 7 minutes left. Oh, hi, Jessica for Justice. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. What have I missed? What have I missed? I have. Whoa. That kid's got some good grip. I love stuff like this. I could watch this all day long. Kimberly Cecil. She claims she didn't know any details. This is the stepmom. The stepmom that we heard testify approached Kimberly and ow, my hair. Marie Wren yesterday after court or at court, and offered her condolences and said that she didn't know anything about the case. She claims that she didn't know any details of the case. She also said that she had a child to die. I don't know how she wouldn't. I don't know how you could avoid knowing. Hello, Cashette. You just scared the living soul out of me. I think I saw Jesus or thought a murder was under my bed. It's just me. I like to sneak up on y'all and scare you. I like to scare you. I like to scare you. They'll be back in about 5 minutes. Those of you who weren't here when, oh, goodness gracious, look at that. Those of you who weren't here when we started lunch break, I have it pinned to the top of the chat, but if you go to Hope for the Holidays and fill out one of the little messages, it's just a message sending hope and support and love to people who have somebody who is still missing or an unresolved case. Over the holidays, that can be really difficult. So it's sending love and support to them. If you do that, take a screenshot of it to show me that you sent it, and then email me the screenshot at Brandi@BrandiChurchwell13. Put in the subject line contest. I will do a drawing. One person will get a hoodie. 2 people will get mugs. I will send you stuff if you will send nice support and love to other people. Teresa gifted membership. Thank you so much. It went to Grammy to Great. Grammy to Great. You look good in green. Teresa, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are very generous. Oh, goodness. Let's see. I told the stepmom, please understand that seeing Brice smiling, laughing compared to his stoic demeanor about the boys is demeaning and disrespectful. Yeah, that's one of the things that made us mad yesterday too when we were watching. And even like today, he smiled about something. We get really mad when he smiles and laughs in there. I mean, I know I do. It's just, it's after what he did, he shouldn't be in there laughing or smiling at all. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yes, thank you, Jessica for Justice. Share it on Twitter as well. All the love we can get. Okay, Kimberly. They make them take their phones or turn their phones off, whatever, when they go in the courtroom. let the family know that we are supporting from here. Yeah, he was laughing today. It makes me so mad. I wish they would zap him when he laughed too. But what do I know? Hello, Stevie. Sitting on my love for God. Thank you. It's an easy one tomorrow. I think. I hope. Rona said, I missed the poll earlier. I think there's a small chance that the jury will give him life with the possibility of parole. Really? Most people thought no parole. I still think no parole. I would be shocked if they gave him parole. I really would. Hello. Just I have a quick doctor's appointment tomorrow. Nothing major. Candace Hoff says, wandering around the museum with y'all. She's on a field trip. And we get to go along. Tomorrow, I don't plan on having a stream tomorrow. The judge said that we will be there until 5 or so today. Okay, that's good to know. This is one thing too. Yeah, no parole. He couldn't do probation. How many times? He hasn't shown he's worthy of getting out. Yeah, I'm glad that they brought up all of those violations too. Not just his past, his past charges, but they brought up his violations too, which I'm glad, because it showed that he's not capable of following instructions even when he's out on parole or anything. Jessica said, I have a half day tomorrow. If y'all are really bored, I can stream. Y'all can figure out what to stream. I think this will be over, but allegedly. I'm scared of what's about to happen. Oh. Oh. I could watch these all day. It could be 25 to life with possible parole after 25 years, meaning he has to earn it, but I doubt he will. That's another thing too. Even if let's say the jury did, by some whatever, hear things that we didn't and think that he could have or should have parole, he would still have to go in front of the parole board. And being eligible for parole don't mean you're going to get parole. Because they're going to have access to all the stuff that he's done too. And there's nothing inside of me that thinks he's just going to go to prison and now all of a sudden start acting good. I love these. You who should sponsor me too. These are so good. I've drank these since I was little. And I love them. Yoo-Hoo's and strawberry milk have always been like my two favorite. Love them. The cat's gonna get you. Yes. He's a classic bully posturing out of fear. He's like, he frustrates me because like he, acts all big and bad and annoying, but even like threatening the judge and stuff. Like, what are you going to do? Sit down, Tommy. I don't like him. I used to love Strawberry Quick. As a kid, I would drink Strawberry Quick and put like half a cup of powder in a cup of milk. I used to love Strawberry Quick. And you get the spoon and, oh yeah. It's the best. He's only going to get worse in prison, wanting to be the biggest and baddest. Which is interesting because, like, think about it, like, because I think about him hanging out with kids as a 25-year-old man. It's like he can't be the biggest and baddest, so he has to, like, try to hang out with people who he thinks he could be.
All right. Anything I need to take out before the jury comes back in?
Just texted me, he's walking in.
Okay. I'll just wait until he gets up.
Here we go. I just don't think he's shown any kind of anything that would show that he's capable of rehabilitation at all.
Dr. Allen's on his way up from the elevator, so we're just gonna wait until he gets here.
Oh, here, you want beach cam back instead of beach cam instead.
He's placing my glasses.
While the son of Sam technically is eligible for parole, but has never been granted a hearing. So let's hope if he gets it, he never gets it. He's tried 5 times. Wow.
Okay.
Feet finder. Oh, the carpet looks cleaner right there.
Yeah, when I'm nervous, sometimes I feel better just standing up.
Feet finders, feet finders. Bring the jury. Please tell me that nobody thinks strawberry milk comes from strawberry or pink cows. Is that a thing? Somebody thought that? It's like that video of the person who was saying something about people shouldn't kill animals for their food. They should just get it from the grocery store like everybody else. Lord help. Lord help. Some Americans think we have chocolate cows. Wow. Interesting. It's hard to have faith in our people. Bless it. And these people could be on a jury. Oh, Lord. That's a scary thought.
All rise for the jury.
Feet finders, feet finders.
All 12 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Everybody can be seated. Do any jurors have anything they need to discuss with the court? All right, great. I understand that the Commonwealth has a rebuttal witness. Thank you.
Who?
Dr. Allen, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name's Timothy Allen. I'm a psychiatrist at a facility called KCPC, which is a state hospital.
What does it stand for?
The Kentucky Correctional Psychiatric Center.
And what happens there?
So we do competency to stand trial and criminal responsibility evaluations by court order throughout the state.
What is the education and training that you have for this position?
So I graduated from U of L in 1994, degree in political science. And then I went to UK College of Medicine where I got my MD in 1998. And then I did a 4-year psychiatry residency at UK and then a 1-year forensic psychiatry fellowship at Tulane University in New Orleans. So I've had a medical license in Kentucky since 1999, and I'm board certified by a national group called the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and brain injury medicine.
How long have you been with KCPC?
Started there in July 2003, so into 20 years.
And are you the only doctor there?
No, so there are 2 other forensic psychiatrists, and then we have 2 nurse practitioners, and we have several psychologists. So there's a whole team.
And are there other employees as well?
Right. We have social workers, nurses, correctional staff. It's a fully staffed hospital that's also on the grounds of a prison.
Did you have occasion to evaluate the defendant Brice Rhodes at the request of the court in this case?
I did. He came to our facility on 2 occasions, in 2019 and again in 2022. And so I saw him for about a month each time. And I saw him several times during each one of those hospitalizations.
And during those times, did he live at your facility?
Yes. So he's there again for about a month, 24 hours a day. So he lives on a unit with 11 other people. They have sort of a common area. They have their own rooms. They go to recreation. They have activities during the day, and they have a treatment team, a medical treatment team that I'm the head of, that we see them at least once a week, address any psychological or medical conditions. And so we have, literally 24-hour observation of the person for a month at a time, and in his case, 2 different months.
What did you notice about his ability to interact with other people, whether staff or peers?
Well, generally we saw Mr. Rhodes function highly. He's articulate. He could explain himself. He could communicate well. He performed what we call activities of daily living. They have to do their own laundry. You have to line up at a certain time. You have to know where to be for your meals and your meds and all those sorts of things. There's obviously some structure to it, but also we have people with low intellectual abilities that we have to assist on these things on a daily basis. They need extra help, reminders of where to be, what to do, how to function. Mr. Rhodes had none of those. He was interactive with me. He, again, could express himself very clearly. And so he was never somebody who needed special services that we ever saw as intellectually impaired in any manner. He could function fully, again, with his peers, with the staff throughout his nearly 2 months with us.
And did you or somebody on your team analyze his intellectual, whether he had an intellectual disability?
Yes. So we administered some psychological testing, some of which the results of you've probably heard about already. It's one of the multiple psychological test batteries he's undergone in his life. And let me flip to the right pages here. So let's see. So the testing we did was in December of 2021. So it was his second admission. And this is Dr. Williams, our head of psychology. And whenever we give psychological tests, an IQ test being sort of the most prominent one we've probably heard about today, you have to give measures of effort. Because if I give you a simple math test and I ask you what 2 + 2 is, and you don't want to get the right answer, you can say 5, right? So it's really easy if you don't check to have somebody not give your full effort. So we have to give those measures of effort, and we did, or Dr. Williams did, and we got a full scale IQ of 73, which formally falls in the borderline range, but he gave poor effort, and we give specific measures to look for that. These are not something we've created. They're published, they're used everywhere across the country in every university. So he failed those measures of effort. So that suggests that 73 is a low estimate of his true ability. And when we look at his, and then we compare how he's behaved for the month or two he's been with us, compared to that test, we again believe that 73 is not a true score. It's suppressed on purpose by him. Now, granted, that happens a lot. When you're in the kind of situation we're in, you expect those things to sometimes happen because people are under a lot of pressure, all that sort of thing. But the bottom line, the important thing to realize is that 73 is an absolute minimum. And if we only know that score, we think he's better than that or higher than that, but we just don't know how high. Luckily, we have some other information to tell us.
Is it possible to fake up on an IQ test?
No, if you could fake better than your true ability, well, then everybody would do it, right? So if you take an IQ test, you can only get up to your full ability. These aren't tests where you can like guess a couple questions and get a significantly higher score. There's an error of 5 points. So if your real IQ is 100, you can maybe get 105, but probably you're going to get a 199, 101, something like that. You can't fake a 120 if you're 100. And remember, 100 is average. That's the average of all of us, the whole country. So generally, your highest score, if you've taken it a bunch of times, is closest to your real score.
Did you look into whether the defendant was suffering from any mental illnesses?
Yes. So that's something we are concerned with all the time. And we treat people with mental illness constantly. I'd say about 80% or 85% of the people we treat, we treat for a mental illness with some medication and therapy and other things. We even treat people who don't want to be treated because we see the illness, but they don't admit it. So that's a whole process we have to go through sometimes. In this case, Mr. Rhodes reported some anxiety, and I believe he has anxiety. I think there's some records to suggest he has anxiety. I think he's under a lot of stress and has been for several years while he's facing these charges. That's stressful. So we treated him for anxiety. At one point, I think in the first admission, we gave him an antidepressant, Celexa, for anxiety. This last time, we treated him with Vistaril, I think, which is a mild anxiety medicine. And I think he preferred to be on the medicine. It was helpful. But really, anxiety is all we saw. We didn't see any evidence of depression or mania. We didn't see evidence of psychosis, like hallucinations or delusions. These are all things we look for in every single person, whether they report it or not. We didn't really see any of those things.
Did he have any other psychiatric diagnoses?
So I diagnosed him with the last time. Make sure I got my reports right. With really 3 things. One was adjustment disorder with anxiety. That's you're under a ton of stress, and you have some psychiatric symptoms that are more than you might expect just for the stress. The second is antisocial personality disorder, which is a history of sort of flaunting the rules and not really going along with societal norms and that sort of thing. And then the last one was polysubstance use disorder, which is drug abuse. If you use drugs and it affects your functioning, you can meet that diagnosis.
And did you see any evidence of bipolar disorder?
I did not. I'm aware that that's been diagnosed in the past. in childhood, in adolescence. And from my experience, children who are having behavioral problems, if their parents take them to a mental health professional, they will often get diagnosed with something. It may be oppositional defiant disorder, but bipolar is a common mental illness diagnosis that's given sort of as a, let's see, a provisional diagnosis. And then they try to treat the child to see if you can really affect their behavior. But as an adult, that's never really appeared anywhere in any documentation about Mr. Rhodes. He's never sought treatment, because when we talk about bipolar, we're talking about really the two poles of it, depression and mania. And so we haven't seen any evidence of either of those as an adult. And he's been incarcerated, I think, since 2016. So he's been seen by jail staff, medical staff, by KCPC, by many, many people. And no one during that past 7 years has said he looks depressed, he looks manic, or he has symptoms of bipolar.
And what would be an example of mania?
So mania is sort of the opposite of depression. You know, depression's run down, feeling bad. Mania is full of energy. And so these people who are truly manic, you don't miss it. It's not subtle. They may only sleep 1 or 2 hours a day. They're moving around constantly. They're agitated. They speak fast. They look hyperactive, but in the most severe sense that you could ever imagine. I teach medical students. I'm like, this is one of the diagnoses in medicine that you can see as soon as you walk in the door from across the room. You don't miss mania. It's severe, and it can get to the point where it affects your thinking. You can get delusional. Very often people become grandiose. I have a lot of money. I'm very powerful, all that sort of thing. So mania is hard to miss, number one. And number two is almost always results in a psychiatric hospitalization. Somebody somebody sees you, goes, that's not right. I'm going to get an MIW. I'm going to send them to the hospital. I'm going to have the police take them or an ambulance take them. We don't have any evidence like that for Mr. Rhodes.
Did you review the defendant's interview with police in May of 2016?
I did.
Did you see any evidence of either the depression or the mania in that interview?
No. So I looked back at my notes, and I actually reviewed the videotape of this, and I've reviewed the transcript of it. Mr. Rhodes was not agitated. He was actually very calm. He was articulate with the police officers. He denied knowledge about the charges and had relevant questions about it. He was not talking fast. He was not hyperactive. He was not delusional. I didn't see any evidence for that, and certainly no evidence of depression.
So did you conclude, as a result of your 2 examinations, month-long examinations of the defendant, does he, due to any intellectual deficits, lack the ability to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the law?
I found no evidence for those things. I thought, he could appreciate his criminality. He could conform his conduct to the crimes law regarding mental illness and or intellectual deficit.
That was going to be my next question. Thank you. No further questions.
He does explain well. Here we go with them trying to counteract all that.
Dr. Allen, it's good to see you again.
Hello.
I understand that you work for KCPC.
That's right.
I think we use that phrase so often. It stands for Kentucky Correctional Psychiatric Center.
That's right.
And this is a state-run hospital.
It is.
And the hospital, there are evaluations conducted there for pretrial clients.
That's right.
And there's inpatient treatment provided.
Yes.
And I think all patients at KCPC are court-ordered patients.
That's right.
And you've worked there for over 20 years now.
I have.
So fair to say that you testify for the state quite a bit.
Well, I guess it may be semantics, but I've testified hundreds of times. I've done over 2,000 evaluations. Sometimes I'm called by the prosecutor, sometimes by the defense, because my report is court ordered for the judge and for the court.
But you are typically called by the Commonwealth.
More commonly, yes.
So part of your job is to conduct evaluations for the state or the court.
Yes.
And you come across a wide variety of psychiatric illnesses in that work.
That's true.
Substance use disorders, mood disorders, anxiety disorders,
Yes,
trauma-related disorders,
absolutely.
and neurocognitive disorders.
Yes.
And you've admitted at a prior hearing that you are not an expert in intellectual disability specifically.
Not specifically. I've not done specific research on it. It's something I deal with, pretty much on a weekly basis as far as treatment and that. But I don't have, beyond the typical psychiatrist, any specialized training or knowledge about intellectual disability.
Let's discuss your evaluations for a little bit. I want to make sure I understand first that you don't work alone at KCPC.
That's true.
You work with a team.
Yes.
But the total amount of time that you spent with Brice, would you say was about an hour and a half?
So in at least if you add up all the time I spent with him, it's probably like in the first admission, he was there 4 weeks. So it's probably a total of about 2 to 2.5 hours. And then the second admission, he was only there, I think. Well, it was, let me get my dates right. Second admission, I think, was shorter. It was only about 2 weeks. So that's probably more like 2 hours or an hour and a half. So the total over those 2 times may have been 3.5, 4 hours.
Okay, I want to take you back through your evaluations.
Okay.
First, would you agree with me that paranoia can be a symptom of mental illness?
Yes,
And paranoia can impact someone in a number of different ways.
I agree.
And it could impact someone's ability to participate in an evaluation.
Sure.
It could impact their ability to take the tests that you've administered.
It could.
And based on your evaluation, Mr. Rhodes demonstrated several aspects of paranoia.
I think we've discussed this in a previous hearing even. There's some of his behaviors that I guess theoretically could be related to paranoia. I don't disagree with that.
So if we look to the first report from 2019, I'm looking at page 7.
Okay.
He indicated that one of his habits was to lay out traps in his room.
Right. Yes, in his room at KCPC. That's right.
So he's talking about behavior that he's demonstrating or talking about demonstrating while he's at KCPC.
That's right.
And at KCPC, he's in a locked room.
Yes.
And despite being in this locked room, he had a standard practice to lay out these traps.
Yes.
And the reason that he did that was to know if other people had come into the room.
That's right.
This locked room.
Yeah.
If people had touched him or his things.
Right.
And he also indicated to you that there were multiple times that he thought that someone had been in his room.
Yes.
That someone had touched his soap, I think.
That sounds right.
And that would be paranoid behavior.
Generally, yes.
And you didn't bring this up while you were testifying just now.
No. Because being incarcerated, sometimes, in some ways paranoia is healthy. You have to watch out for yourself. You have to be concerned about the actions of others. And so, there's a certain degree of that that's understandable. So I didn't find it raised to the level of what I consider mental illness or something I would treat.
In the second report, which was completed 2023, you indicate on page 2 that he wakes up during the night to keep people from harming him.
Let me find that.
It's down at the bottom under the hospital course.
So did you say it said wakes up? Oh, I see it. Yep. Wake up every 30. Yep. I see what you're saying. Yes.
So is that correct, that he would wake up every 30 minutes worrying that people were trying to harm him?
That's what he reported. We don't watch them that closely. They do have regular checks through the night, but we don't have confirmation of that, but I can't deny it either.
And that behavior or that belief could be another classic paranoid belief.
It would be pretty unusual. It's hard to wake yourself up, even if you truly are paranoid, but I'd say it could be. Yeah.
And additionally, in that same evaluation, the second evaluation, I believe in multiple places, he talked about believing that people were trying to poison him.
Yes.
And that's another classic example of a paranoid belief.
That one, I agree. That's pretty classic.
And you've encountered that paranoid belief before.
Sure.
And I think I'm looking at page 6, where he indicated that he specifically believed that the prosecutor was trying to poison him,
Yes.
and that the prosecutor was in a conspiracy with other people trying to poison him.
Right.
And obviously you don't believe that that was actually occurring.
I do not.
And so his belief that multiple people were trying to poison him is a classic paranoid belief.
Could be, yeah.
And paranoia is a symptom of someone who is bipolar.
It can be, especially if you're actively manic.
In the first evaluation from 2019 on page 7, you reference his skin condition.
Right.
I'm probably going to say it incorrectly, folliculitis.
That's perfect, actually.
And he indicated that
That's
he
what the head is.
believed it bled or did not bleed, depending on his belief in prayer.
Right.
And he indicated that if he prayed, then it did not bleed. And if he failed to pray, then it did bleed.
Yes.
And this is not a rational belief.
That's not very rational.
And I believe you testified to, from the 2023 report on page 2, that he was having anxiety and panic symptoms.
Yes.
And he was given medication for these symptoms.
He was.
And there was a reported improvement of his symptoms.
Great.
I want to talk next about hallucinations.
Okay.
In 2019, in the first report on page 2, when he's meeting with the team, he talked about hearing voices, whispers.
He did.
And he talked about seeing things. He called them shadows.
Yes.
And he saw he saw things moving. These aren't the shadows that you or I might see.
Right.
And that's a little bit out of the norm.
That's out of the norm.
And as a doctor, you might refer to those as hallucinations.
Right. So if they're sort of out of thin air, out of nowhere, they're hallucinations. If they're a misperception of actual things, we call them illusions. So the classic example is when you hear a gust of wind and you think you hear a baby cry, but it's really just the wind. Or, you see a shadow and you think it's a person. I'm not sure which of those it is, but it's unusual. It's not normal.
Next, I want to talk about some of the testing results. And you're not the psychologist. You didn't administer these tests yourself personally.
That's correct.
Brice was administered an IQ test.
He was.
And his score, the full scale score on page 4 is 73.
Yes.
And that falls into the borderline range.
It does.
You also administered the Abbas test.
Right.
And you indicated that he scored very low on this measure.
Right. And that test is solely subjective report from his mom. But she basically scored him, her responses scored him as being having very low adaptive functioning.
And the Abbas test is trying to assess real life situations.
Yes.
And you also testified earlier that when you observed him and when your team observed him in a structured prison-like environment at KCPC, you saw him able to follow the rules.
Yes.
But that's not what the Abbas is trying to measure.
Agreed. It's a different environment.
So the fact that he may have had the ability to follow rules at KCPC where everything is structured and routine does not undermine the Abbas test.
So they're not directly correlatable. So I agree with you there. Now, you wouldn't expect somebody who you see no deficits to be so impaired as reported by the mom. But so the difference is pretty stark. It's dramatic. But they're not a one-to-one. So I acknowledge that it's not a perfect comparison.
And you don't believe that you have an accurate measure on the Abbas test?
Yeah, that's true. I think, when you're asking, number one, for mom's opinion, when she knows the circumstances, and number two is she's having to remember when he was a kid and how he's been functioning maybe years ago. So there's memory issues there for any of us. How do you remember what your sibling or child acted like 7 years ago? That's kind of a hard thing. So there's a lot of difficulty. The Abbas is not perfect. It's the best thing we have, but it is just a questionnaire, really.
And you've testified previously that the true Abbas score could be low or below average.
That's true.
Let's look at page 7. And you've also testified about this before. There's an example you provide there in reference to the Abbas test. You reference a trust fund kid
Right.
performing poorly on sections of the ABOS because they maybe wouldn't need to work.
Right.
And that's your comment, your example.
Yeah, that's my example.
And you acknowledge that that wasn't perhaps the right thing to say.
That is not a comparison for Mr. Rhodes. I tried to pick a comparison that is totally unrelated to him. So that's kind of the reason I chose it. I didn't want to draw a parallel in any way. It just shows you that, if you say, well, somebody's not functioning because they never had a job. Well, what if they never looked for a job? If they never wanted a job? So the boss will say you're impaired because of that, but it may be because you didn't want to, because you made money other ways. So again, there's impreciseness that we have to consider.
And you don't actually administer this ABOS test yourself.
I didn't. Dr. Williams did by questioning Mr. Rhodes' mother.
And you don't routinely administer the ABOS.
I do not.
And you also don't administer the IQ test yourself.
I'm not even qualified to administer the IQ tests. You have to be trained very specifically to administer IQ tests and other cognitive tests like that. I look at the results all the time, but I don't administer them and do the raw data and all the calculations.
And one thing that could impact someone's IQ during the developmental period is the onset of a mental illness.
Yes.
And some mental illnesses do not manifest until later in life.
Right. There's sort of spikes at different periods of life where mental illnesses spike. And one of them is the sort of transition from teen to adulthood, 19, 20, 21. So that's a common time where some things emerge. There's other spikes like later in life in your 60s, which obviously aren't an issue here.
And bipolar disorder, especially in males, can manifest around age 19 or 20.
That's true.
And that could impact someone's IQ score.
Over the long term, yes. Especially if you have a very long period, you've not been treated, you've had severe swings of mood and several manic episodes, that can cause sort of permanent cognitive impairment.
I also want to talk about the TOM test, and that stands for a test of memory malingering.
Yes.
And I believe in your report, you indicated that he passed this test.
He did.
And these tests, you call them malingering tests,
right?
But they're tests of effort.
Yes.
And maybe engagement in the process.
Yes.
And you can't yourself determine from these tests themselves why someone might give poor effort.
I agree with you.
You can't determine the motivation.
That's right.
And symptoms of a mental illness could impact someone's motivation.
They could.
An intellectual disability could impact someone's motivation.
Yes, but we have a little clearer data that tests like the TOM, which he passed, and the VIP, the one that he failed. They've been measured in people with intellectual disabilities and found to be relevant. But so I think that's a little bit different than somebody who has like maybe a delusion that the person given the test is trying to, kill me. You may not cooperate with that person.
So you agree that paranoia could impact someone's motivation?
It could, yeah.
There's a lot of documents in this case. You've been given records from Brice's past.
Yes.
Including past evaluations.
Yes.
And adaptive functioning documents.
Some, yeah.
But you didn't have the chance to review those until after you completed your report.
I think that's true.
And you yourself are not an expert in adaptive functioning.
Not more than any other psychiatrist. I mean, I think psychiatrists, we deal with it frequently, but there are people who subspecialize in that, and I'm certainly not one of those.
That's why you have I think you mentioned her earlier, Dr. Jacqueline Williams. She's an expert in this area.
Yes, and then again, she administers the test, which I don't.
And so you have her on staff because you don't know enough about this material. That's her area.
Well, again, she knows more, that's for sure.
And so you're not really qualified to give a diagnosis on intellectual disability.
Oh, well, no, I disagree with that. I mean, intellectual disability is something, again, I deal with every day. I think I get to split hairs because, let's talk about an expert. And I think very often we talk about expert being, in my world, we think about expert as somebody who's published 40 articles on something. But I diagnose intellectual disabilities all the time. I look at IQ test results on a routine, weekly, daily basis. So I'm absolutely qualified both to assess intellectual deficits and to diagnose it. But there certainly are people who have more specific expertise like administering the test and that sort of thing.
And you did tell us earlier that you are not an expert at intellectual disability.
Again, not beyond other psychiatrists.
This is a Commonwealth witness for rebuttal.
No problem.
Ugh, this guy. He's a good doctor. He's very clear.
Dr. Allen, you're free to go. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Free to go. That means that they're done.
All right. So the only thing that we have remaining to do are closing arguments from the attorneys, and then you will be able to go start deliberations. But I want to give you all the opportunity to take a restroom break if you need it, or to make any calls or anything. So I'm just going to give you 5 minutes maybe, and then come back in front of the courtroom doors.
All rise for the jury.
5 minutes when we just came back. We just came back. Okay, whatever.
It's been 84 years.
So many years. So many years. Okay. So I'm actually glad that that doctor is one who has actually seen Brice. And I'm glad that he addressed the bipolar thing too, because that was something that was kind of
see you in 5.
Interesting to me. They had talked about him being diagnosed with bipolar disorder when he was,
Is anybody using Jacob?
when he was young, or a kid, I think is the way that they worded it. But I'm glad that he said something about the bipolar. He's not presenting anything, like he's not showing any bipolar signs or tendencies or anything like that. Like he's not showing any of that now as an adult. I'm glad that they talked about that, because I was kind of wondering about that. And that's one of the things that we were talking about in chat too. He mentioned if you take a kid to the doctor because there's problems, they're going to, the doctor's going to like diagnose and try to, treat whatever they think could be the problem. But the thing is, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a correct diagnosis. Like, okay, look at my whole cancer thing. I was having all these side effects, and I never used to go to the doctor, but I kept going to the doctor because all these things were happening. And every time I would go in for something, they would diagnose me for something because whatever side effects I was having fit that one thing. But all of my side effects together did not fit into that one thing, but they kept misdiagnosing me and treating that. So it's kind of the same thing. Like you can go and tell them, what symptoms you have, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the correct diagnosis, especially you learn more as you go and you learn more later on. So he doesn't seem to be bipolar to this doctor who's actually seen him. So they'll come back. They'll do closing arguments. The jury will deliberate. They'll come back. They'll give the sentence. And I think after that, they'll do the victim impact statements. And that should be it. It's 1 o'clock now. The judge had said that they're going to go till about 5 or so today. I don't think it's going to take them too long for sentencing. They're going to have to go through each charge on the indictment, which will be the longest thing that it takes. I think, for all 3 of the murders, life without parole. They'll have to look at the instructions on the time frame for, the abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence, and then wrap it up and send him to his forever home. So victim impact statement should come before sentencing. In most of the trials, the jury, or I won't say most. Well, yeah, I think most, at least most that we watch, the jury is not the one deciding the sentencing. The judge, a lot of times, is the one deciding the sentencing. So the victim impact statements will come before that in those situations. When the jury is deliberating, they'll have the prosecution or Commonwealth will call some of the victims up and they'll get to talk, but it's not like they're answering questions still. So it's not like just their statement, so it's a little bit different, but they, so at least they still get to say something before the jury goes to deliberate. But I think, I hope this will be a short deliberation. And Kimberly said that Maria is planning on doing the victim impact statement today. So I guess we'll see. Yeah, he knows she's in there, and look at him like turned around in his seat. He shouldn't be allowed to have a swivel chair. They need to turn his ass around and make him face the front. Like Charlie Adelson, he had, like the other attorneys had chairs like that, and he had like a wooden chair that didn't move. That's what he should have. He shouldn't be allowed to turn around with them, especially after what he did at the previous hearings. He shouldn't be allowed to turn around. Zap him, send that chair swiveling like a turbo boost. The boy's mom, the 2 teenage boys, that's their mom. Inmates get taken out of the room during the breaks if they want a break as well, but I guess he hasn't wanted one. Of course, the other day when he wanted one, it was after court was over. He just hightailed it out of there like he had someplace to be. Nobody around him. Just walked on out. Blew my mind. I even had to rewind it and look, thinking I saw something wrong, but I didn't. It's crazy. I just zapped him then. He's trying to escape. Zzz. Speaking of which, they have a taser ring. I told my friends I want it for Christmas. It's like a ring and it has a thing on it where you can tase people. I was like, this is what I need for Christmas. Maybe not. Maybe I don't need one. Only judge and court staff should have swivel chairs, especially on the witness stand. Yeah, we see this. We see the swivelers on the witness stand all the time too. And then especially when you have to rely on them with the microphone, it's like you can hear them, you can't hear them anymore. You can hear them, you can't hear them anymore. As they're swiveling, it's annoying. We need Samantha Stevens in the gallery. Like, just my attention span is not doing very well today. Mine either. And I took my medicine.
Reading instructions. Just, my throat is dry. I can feel it. Coughing.
She's reading instructions.
All right, for the jury.
Good question, Janice. I wondered the same thing because when we started this whole thing, this phase of it, I thought he'd be in his state issued finest, but he ain't.
Thank you, Deputy Mills.
Thank you. I stole
All right,
this
you can be
Carhartt hat
seated.
from my kid. He caught me. He saw me in
Does
the
anyone
parking
have
lot.
anything they need to report? All right. In just a moment, you will hear closing arguments from the attorneys. Just as I said to you during the guilt phase of the trial, closing arguments are not themselves evidence, but certainly they are a way for the attorneys to argue to you what they believe the evidence showed and how you should apply that. I will need to read the instructions to you. Before I do that, I wanted to ask the lawyers one thing that I just remembered. I'm so sorry. Can you all come up?
No. Get this show on the road. Get it together. Oh, let me show y'all this. My cute little gnomes that I opened yesterday. This is them all lit up at night. Aren't they cute? That's the one with the Christmas tree. I changed it around a little. Now the Christmas tree is behind him, so it looks like he's dragging a Christmas tree in here to make me have Christmas spirit. And then here's those. Aren't they cute? My little condo was so cozy last night. So cute. I love them.
All right, I will begin reading the instructions again. You all have a copy. Your foreperson will remain the same. When you are finished deliberating, you will let Deputy Mills know, and we'll have you return to the courtroom. And then once again, you'll have the official copy. All right, instruction number 1, aggravated penalty and mitigating circumstances. You have tried the defendant, Brice Rhodes, and have returned a verdict finding him guilty of the murders of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, and Larry Ordway. From the evidence placed before you in that trial, you are acquainted with the facts and circumstances of the crimes themselves. You have now received additional evidence from which you shall determine whether there are mitigating or aggravating facts and circumstances bearing upon the question of punishment, following which you shall fix a sentence for the defendant for the offenses of murder. In considering such evidence as may be unfavorable to the defendant, you will bear in mind the same instruction that was given to you in the first stage of this trial proceeding, to the effect that the law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. You shall apply that same presumption in determining whether there are aggravating circumstances bearing on the question of what punishment should be fixed for the defendant in this case. You may consider such evidence as you heard in the guilt phase of trial, as well as the evidence you heard in the penalty phase, in deciding what punishment should be fixed for the defendant in this case. Mitigating circumstances are any facts or factors about Brice Rhodes, the crime, or the case which do not justify or excuse the offense, but which, in fairness and mercy, lessen or reduce his responsibility or moral culpability for the crime, or which demonstrate that he is someone whose past or present circumstances indicate that he should receive a penalty other than life without the possibility of parole or life without the possibility of parole for 25 years. In fixing a sentence for Brice Rhodes for the offense of murder, you shall consider such mitigating or extenuating facts and circumstances as have been presented to you in the evidence and you believe to be true. A unanimous decision as to the existence of a mitigating factor is not required. Each juror is free to make their own individual determination as to the existence of mitigating evidence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not required for mitigation evidence to be considered. Instruction number 2, statutory mitigating circumstances. You shall also consider the following statutory mitigating circumstances which you believe from the evidence to be true. A, at the time of the offense, the capacity of the defendant, Brice Rhodes, to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law was impaired as a result of bipolar disorder or other mental illness, even though the impairment of the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform the conduct to the requirements of the law was insufficient to constitute a defense to the crime. B, at the time of the offense, the defendant, Brice Rhodes, acted as an accomplice in a capital offense committed by another person or other persons, and you may consider the relative culpability and sentences of all defendants. C, at the time of the offense, the capacity of the defendant, Brice Rhodes, to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law was impaired as a result of intellectual disability, even though the impairment of the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform the conduct to the requirements of the law was insufficient to constitute a defense to the crime. D, the youth of the defendant, Brice Rhodes, since at the time of the crime he was 26 years old. E, any other circumstance or circumstances arising from the evidence which you, the jury, or any of you individually found to be a mitigating factor or a factor in support of leniency. Instruction number 3, aggravating circumstance. In fixing a sentence for the defendant, Brice Rhodes, for the offense of the murder of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, and Larry Ordway, you shall consider, if you believe it to be true from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, the fact that the defendant committed the offenses of murder intentionally and that offense resulted in multiple deaths. Instruction number 4, fear or prejudice not to influence decision. In reaching your decision on punishment, you are cautioned that you are not to be influenced by any prejudice or fear of later criticism. Instruction number 5, concurrent versus consecutive. For each count, you shall state whether the sentence you recommend is to run concurrently at the same time or consecutively, one after the other, successively without interruption, or a combination thereof in your discretion. Instruction number 6, probation and parole. Probation. The defendant, Brice Rhodes, will not be eligible for probation under any circumstances in this case. Under a term of years, 20 to 50 years, Brice Rhodes would be eligible for parole after serving 85% of the specified number of years. Life. On a sentence of life, Brice Rhodes could not be considered for parole until he had served 20 years of parole eligibility. Life without possibility of parole for 25 years. On a sentence of life without the possibility of parole for 25 years, Brice Rhodes could not even be considered for release on parole until he had served 25 years. Life without possibility of parole. On a sentence to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, Brice Rhodes will never be considered for parole. Eligibility does not mean parole. Consideration for parole does not mean that it will be granted. On sentences of imprisonment for life or life without the possibility of parole for at least 25 years, Brice Rhodes could be imprisoned until his death. Instruction number 7, authorized sentences. Count 1 as to Christopher Jones. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for the murder of Christopher Jones at confinement in the penitentiary for a specific term of years, not less than 20 nor more than 50, or confinement in the penitentiary for life, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole. But you cannot fix his sentence at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole, or at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, unless you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number 3 is true in its entirety, in which event you must state in writing, signed by the foreperson, that you find the aggravating circumstance to be true beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 8, authorized sentences as to count 2, Maurice Gordon. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for the murder of Maurice Gordon at confinement in the penitentiary for a specific term of years not less than 20 nor more than 50 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole. But you cannot fix a sentence at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole, or at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, unless you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number 3 is true in its entirety, in which event you must state in writing, signed by the foreperson, that you find the aggravating circumstance to be true beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 9, authorized sentence count 3, Larry Ordway. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for the murder of Larry Ordway at confinement in the penitentiary for a specific term of years not less than 20 nor more than 50, or confinement in the penitentiary for life, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole. But you cannot fix his sentence at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole, or at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, unless you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number 3 is true in its entirety, in which event you must state in writing, signed by the foreperson, that you find the aggravating circumstance to be true beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction 10, authorized sentences, count 4, tampering with physical evidence. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for tampering with physical evidence at confinement in the penitentiary for a term of years not less than 1 year nor more than 5 years. Instruction number 11, authorized sentences, count 5, abuse of a corpse, Maurice Gordon. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for abuse of a corpse at confinement in the penitentiary for a term of days not to exceed 365 days. Instruction number 12, authorized sentence, count 6, abuse of a corpse, Larry Ordway. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for abuse of a corpse at confinement in the penitentiary for a term of days not to exceed 365 days. Instruction number 13, verdict. The verdict of the jury must be in writing, must be unanimous, and must be signed by one of you as foreperson. The instructions are then followed by verdict forms for each count and a final verdict form for the total sentence. Would the defense like to make a closing argument?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Heller. Of course.
Okay. So the life without parole and life without possibility of parole for 25 years have to, in order to do those, it has to fall under the aggravating circumstance. And then tampering is only 1 to 5 years. And then each of the abusive corpse is only a year or less. So those aren't really that big of a deal. He needs to turn around. I hate it that he's even allowed to be facing the side like that. So they also get to decide if it's consecutive or concurrent. I just hope it's 3 life without parole. Consecutive, just to throw another punch in there. I know it doesn't really matter on those cases, but you know. Ugh. Dave John says, to me, he has too much freedom of movement here. He should have one hand shackled on the table like so many would. Yeah. Yes, life without parole is an option.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've just discovered that there's a bit of a typo in your verdict forms. So what I'm going to do is simply reprint those pages and give it to our foreperson. So you will have the copy with the proper verdict forms, okay?
Them and their typos.
Let me just make sure that didn't change all of our formatting. Yes, the page numbers are exactly the same. Okay, so this is pages 10 through 16.
I'm so annoyed with the typos. He has he has folliculitis on his head.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. So you can just swap this out for your other copy. All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
Let's take a 4-hour break to fix the typo. All right, there we go.
I just wanted to make sure he knew how to float. Anna, Brice's stepmother, told you yesterday about teaching Brice how to float. She wasn't trying to make Brice swim team captain. She was simply trying to make sure that he knew how to float. And we don't let the people that we love drown. I was swim team captain when I was in high school. And I was also a lifeguard for 6 years. And I agree with Anna that it is very important that we teach our children how to float. In the 6 years that I lifeguarded, I was very fortunate that I only had one jump in rescue. And I remember it very vividly. The young man that I pulled out of the water that day He didn't know how to swim. He had just drifted into the deep end. It was a YMCA. There was a line that cut up between the 5-6 feet to the 10 feet. And he went over the line and didn't know how to swim. He didn't know how to float. He was okay. I blew my whistle. I jumped in. I pulled him out. And we filled out an incident report. And while I was finishing the incident report, he went back to the pool deck. And before I had the chance to finish completing the incident report, I heard the whistle blow again. And when I came out back to the pool deck, I saw that my fellow lifeguard was in the water with this young man again, pulling him out of the water a second time. And before that young man left the pool that day, he tried to get in the water for a third time. To an outsider, to an onlooker who didn't know this man, it didn't make any sense. Why would this young man who did not know how to swim, did not know how to float, keep getting back in the water and trying to go to the deep end? What was wrong with him? Was he trying to play games with us? Did he want to drown? Why did he keep doing this? It doesn't make sense if you don't have context. I had the chance to speak with him while we filled out that incident report. And I came to learn that he didn't come to the pool on his own. He came to the pool with an assistant, with a caseworker, someone that helped him with his everyday living activities, helped him manage his money, helped him get on the bus, and helped him get his exercise. And they were working together on learning how to float, how to swim. And his goal was to one day, perhaps, learn to swim in the deep end. Now, I have no idea whether that was something that this young man was capable of, but he clearly wasn't capable of it at that time. At that time, he did not know how to float, but he didn't understand that. All he wanted was to keep on the progress that he'd been working with his caseworker. All he wanted was to show that he could do it. He couldn't understand that he couldn't magically decide to do something and then be capable of it. He didn't understand all those steps that he still had to take if he was indeed able to take those steps. Anna told us about Brice. She said, I just wanted to teach him how to float. And that's really just another way to say, I just wanted to teach him how not to drown. And that's what Anna told you that she was doing, making sure Brice stayed afloat, making sure that he didn't drown in the water. And unfortunately, I don't think that the water was the only place that Brice was drowning. I think from the evidence that you've heard over the last 2 days, yesterday and today, that from a very young age, Brice has been drowning. He's been trying to stay afloat. He's not been trying to swim. He's not been trying to reach the deep end. He's been just trying to stay afloat. And before I go any further in discussing Brice's life and the decision that you're ultimately going to make today in this case, I want to be very clear about what this part of trial is about and what it's not about, and what I'm here asking you to do. This phase of trial that we've been doing this week since Monday is not about accountability. You've already found Brice accountable. You listened to the evidence last week and on Monday, and you made your decision Monday night. The decision that you have today is punishment. And nothing that we've presented to you over the last 2 days, and nothing that I'm going to discuss with you now, is meant to take away from that accountability or that loss of life. Horrible things were done in May of 2016. An innocent man was gunned down in the street, and 2 teenagers were then brutally murdered. And you've held Brice accountable for his participation in these murders. The murders of Christopher Jones, of Maurice Gordon, and Larry Ordway. You've heard from their family members, those who have lost their loved ones. And I'm going to leave it to the state to discuss that loss, because that's their place. The state now wants you to lock Brice up. They want you to lock him up and throw away the key.
Yes.
And they want you
Amen.
to be angry.
We are.
I want you to think about how many decisions you've made out of anger, and about how many of those decisions that you've later come to regret. Why? Why do we pause? Why do we stop? Why do we take a breath? Because when we act out of hate,
so we don't punch
and
him,
anger, we lose empathy. We lose our heart. So when someone's life, Brice's life, his life and his freedom is at stake, I'm asking you to do something different.
No,
something
please.
difficult, something that may be uncomfortable. I'm asking you to hold on to your empathy and your heart, because no matter what Brice did on his worst days, Brice is still a human being. And so I'm asking you to make a rational decision. I'm not asking you to let him walk out of the courtroom today. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. That's not an option available to you. I'm not asking you to give him a total sentence of any specific term of years. Let's not forget that there is now no small sentence available to Brice now. The minimum available to you to punish Brice is 20 years on each count. And 20 years is a long time. But I'm not asking you for 20 years. I'm asking you to give Brice a chance at parole. I'm asking you not to give him life without the possibility of parole. I'm asking you to keep empathy and your heart close at hand when you decide what punishment to give him. And I'm asking you to have just a little bit of hope for Brice. Hope that with medication, he can overcome the symptoms of his mental illness, his bipolar disorder. Hope that with therapy and the help and support of his loved ones, like Anna, that he can learn how to manage his emotions, to regulate himself in times of stress, and manage to live in this world with his mental illness and his intellectual disability. Hope that with the passage of time, the passage of at least 20 years, that he will change. And that he will change because he will have something to work towards, something to make him work and work hard on his own rehabilitation. A chance, just a spark of hope, a parole one day. Never a guarantee, just a simple spark of hope, a reason to think, to reflect, and to work hard on who he wants to be. Punishment without understanding is not justice. It is vengeance. And all I'm asking you to do today is to give Brice consideration. I'm asking you to grant him mercy. I'm asking you to give him hope. Until today, since 2016, the weight of his life and what happens to him has been in the hands of legal teams of the state and the defense. But at the end of these closing arguments, that weight will be passed to you. And it is a heavy weight, I know. We've carried it for a long time now. And so while I won't talk for too long today, I do need to make sure that I pass along what we would like you to know about Brice, and make sure that you know what you can take into consideration when you make your individual decisions. I want you to take your time with that decision and not to feel pressured to reach a verdict, to take your time, to carefully weigh the evidence that's been presented to you. Brice's future, his life is at stake. And I want you to carefully weigh all of the evidence that's been presented to you last week and this week. I understand that the state wants to punish Brice, but I want to make sure that that punishment is one of justice, not one of vengeance. And it isn't an easy task. And the law does require you to make a few more considerations before you return a verdict as to his punishment. And you've sworn an oath to follow that law, to consider all of the evidence that's been presented to you, to consider the full range of penalty. You're required to consider the minimum just as much as you're required to consider the maximum. The law tells you in your jury instructions on page 4, instruction number 4, that your vote as to penalty, as to punishment, cannot be out of prejudice or fear of later prejudice or later criticism. Your vote cannot be based on what everyone out there thinks. It is your individual moral decision, not anyone else's. And I'm asking you to vote for a chance, for hope, and for an ounce of mercy. I'm asking you to vote from your heart, from your own moral compass. And I'm asking you to be willing to do what is uncomfortable. And the law may require you to not fear criticism and what everyone else out there thinks, and that's not easy to set that aside. But it is what is required of you today. Giving Brice a chance at parole is the right choice in this case. It might be an uncomfortable choice, but it is the right choice. And it is the right choice based on Brice's intellectual disability, on his bipolar disorder, and the overwhelming amount of trauma and abuse that flooded his upbringing. In your jury instructions, you'll read on page 4, instruction number 3, that you have to make a determination as to an aggravating circumstance. Even if you make this finding, even if you find this aggravating circumstance, there is no automatic penalty. You may still fix his punishment at a sentence of 20 to 50 years at life without the possibility of parole for 25 years, or life without the possibility of parole at all. You are also required to consider any mitigating or extenuating facts and circumstances that have been presented to you in evidence and that you believe to be true. And a mitigating circumstance, and I am going to read on page 1. A mitigating circumstance is any fact or factors about Brice Rhodes, about the crime or the case, which do not justify or excuse the offense, but in fairness and mercy, lessen or reduce his responsibility or moral culpability for the crime, or which demonstrate that he is someone whose past or present circumstances indicate that he should receive a penalty other than life without the possibility of parole, or life without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Anything that you've heard, you could decide, you could find is a mitigating fact or circumstance. And you don't all have to agree as to those mitigating circumstances or facts. 6 of you could find that his mental illness is a mitigating circumstance. And 6 of you could find that his intellectual disability is a mitigating circumstance. You don't have to agree as to the mitigation, as to the mitigating circumstances. You do have to agree ultimately to a penalty. There are certain mitigating circumstances that you are specifically required to consider. And those are on page 3 of your jury instructions. You are required to give consideration to Brice's bipolar disorder, his relative culpability, and his intellectual disability. This week, you've heard additional evidence about Brice, about his intellectual disability, and his bipolar diagnosis. And I know that it's hard to go back to last week and to think about the evidence presented to you then. But in order to consider, as the law requires you to do so, these 3 mitigating circumstances in particular, I'm asking you to think again about what you heard last week in light of what you've heard this week. Last week, the state would have you believe that Brice was the mastermind, the adult, the one in charge, telling everyone what to do, the leader. And they told you this was because he was the adult, that it was strange for this adult to be hanging out with teenagers. We already know from last week that Brice wasn't the only adult present. There are at least 2 other adults who were present the night Larry and Maurice were murdered. At least 2 other adults about which we know very little.
One was 19.
And now you know more about Brice, and you know about his capacity, his reduced capacity due to his mental illness and intellectual disability. I'm asking you to reflect on what you heard from Dr. James about Brice's intellectual disability this morning. She told you that Brice struggles intellectually and that he has a low IQ. And the state wants you to believe that his IQ is maybe a little higher, and maybe it is, but not much higher. It's still a low IQ score. Dr. James told you that it is not uncommon for someone with an intellectual disability like Brice to spend time with people who are younger. It makes sense. We like to surround ourselves with people that are perhaps of similar functioning. We know that Brice doesn't like to be embarrassed or do things that he isn't good at or that he's afraid of. It makes sense that he would want to surround himself with people that he could perhaps keep up with teenagers, people he could maybe feel equal to, not behind. Brice struggles with thinking. We know he struggled with school, with his homework, and with basic tasks. Anna told you yesterday about her experience struggling with Brice, or with Brice struggling from a parent's perspective. And Dr. James today told you that not only does Brice struggle intellectually, but he struggles with what she calls adaptive functioning, his ability to function and do day-to-day, everyday tasks. And Dr. James conducted an in-person assessment with Brice's biological mother, LaShawna, who was with Brice throughout most of his childhood. Dr. James reviewed documents from Brice's childhood and memorandums from his family members, and she found that he had severe deficits in the areas of communication, functional academics, the social arena, and self-direction. Brice struggles in just about every area of life. Brice is continually trying to stay above water, to not drown, to simply function in everyday life. It's harder for Brice than it is for most of us. And on top of that, he has a mood disorder, a bipolar disorder. And you heard that from Dr. James as well. And Dr. James told you how that mood disorder interacts with his intellectual disability, compounding the challenges and difficulties that he has navigating everyday life and managing emotion and his reactions. You've held Brice accountable for his actions in May of 2016, and I'm not asking you to rethink that decision. I am asking you to take all of this that you've heard this week into consideration when you make your decision. You can take into consideration in your decision the plea deals that are in evidence, and you can still review those if you'd like to, and I encourage you to do so if you want to see them again. Anwan Carter and Jacory Taylor each received 10-year sentences. I believe one served 3 years and one served about 6.5. Now those sentences are not available to Brice, but you can consider how they were punished when you decide how to punish Brice. Even if you find the aggravating circumstance, you are still required to consider Brice's intellectual disability and his bipolar diagnosis. We talked a lot about credibility of witnesses last week and on Monday. And when you want a diagnosis, when you want help and the right treatment, who do you go to? Maybe for a cold or the flu, you go to a generalist. Something quick, something cheap, something easy. But if you think there's something more serious wrong with you, if you suspect cancer, or or something really serious wrong with you, who do you go to? Do you go to a generalist, a jack of all trades? Or do you go to a specialist, someone whose career and study and expertise is in your treatment, your diagnosis, and your condition? The state brought in the state's witness, Dr. Allen, from the state hospital. And he told you what he thought about Brice and his intellectual disability and his bipolar disorder. But Dr. Allen is not an expert in intellectual disability. You heard from Dr. James this morning, a neuropsychologist whose specialty is in intellectual disability and neurodevelopmental disorders. And she told you how she reached her finding and the basis for that finding of intellectual disability. And she also told you about a prior diagnosis that Brice has of bipolar disorder. Brice has an intellectual disability and bipolar disorder. And Dr. James told you how these impact him. Each of these, either of these on their own, could be a mitigating circumstance. A reason you could decide to give Brice less than a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And Brice has not only one of these two, he has both. The law also requires that you consider any other circumstance from the evidence which you, as an individual or as a jury, find to be a mitigating factor or a factor in support of leniency. Brice has always been struggling to keep his head above water. We are most vulnerable when we are children. When we are children, we rely upon our parents, on the adults in our lives to keep us safe, to love us, to nurture us, and to help us build resiliency. I don't know what word or words the state will use to describe Brice now. The government tends to like labels: defendant, accused, convicted, broken, mentally ill. It is easier to lock someone up and throw away the key when they are reduced to a label. I do not describe Brice as intellectually disabled, as mentally ill, or any worse label. I will not reduce him to his worst moments or his weaknesses or his diagnoses. And I ask that you do the same, that you recognize him as he is, a human being who as a child suffered great trauma and who has a mental illness and who has an intellectual disability. When you make your decision today, you will not have to explain it or justify it. It is your choice. People with mental illness and intellectual disability and extreme trauma are not going anywhere. They're not. I think maybe we all wish that no one had to go through those adversities, that no one had to have such disadvantages or hardships or burdens or experience so much trauma. I think we all can agree on that, but they do. And these people will always exist. And so we have to remove the stigma around these disorders and treat them with empathy and from our hearts. People like Brice need help, more assistance than most of us, more help simply to not drown in the hardships any of us may face on a day-to-day basis. Through no fault of Brice's own, he started this life behind. He never had a chance, drowning before he could ever learn to float, let alone swim. And just because he has a mental illness, an intellectual disability, and because he experiences the effects of trauma, does not mean that he doesn't deserve to be punished. Just because he never had a chance doesn't mean he didn't have a choice. The law does demand, however, that you take it into consideration. Brice does not need to be locked away forever. What did Brice not have control over as a child? Abuse, trauma, the lack of effective and consistent intervention at a young age, lack of the right diagnosis and medication at a young age, lack of consistent love and nurture, and the chaotic environment that he lived in. Dr. Garbarino, an expert in trauma, spoke to you this morning as well. And he told you about Brice's trauma. He told you about adverse childhood experiences. We call them ACEs. These are experiences that many of us may have one or two of, and he told you that. But he also told you that 1 in 100 people have a score of 7 or more, and that only 1 in 1,000 has a score of 8, 9, or 10. And he told you Brice's score. Brice has a score of 8 adverse childhood experiences. So when I say that Brice never had a chance, when I say Brice started from behind, and when I say that Brice has been just barely managing to not drown, or perhaps have been drowning, that is why. I don't want to go through each individual adverse childhood experience because you've just heard that testimony. But what you heard from Dr. Garbarino as he talked about each factor was a glimpse into the chaos and abuse of Brice's life, of his childhood. We heard from Anna yesterday that she knew that there was abuse going on in his mother's household. And Dr. Garbarino told you today that Brice's stepfather would emotionally abuse Brice, alienating him from his own family. Brice was made to feel that he wasn't loved. He was alienated by those who were supposed to protect and love him. Anna told you about the time that his mother came to take Brice home, how Brice cried, and how he didn't want to go, and about that custody battle that should never have happened in front of a child that way. He was afraid to go home. That was the type of environment that he grew up in, one he was afraid to return to. He was punished with physical violence. And his stepfather physically abused his mother. And because Brice's mother was in an abusive relationship, dealing with her own very violent trauma and survival, Brice was left unprotected to observe the brutal violence committed by his stepfather against her. He saw him cut his mother's hair off, you heard that today, drag her and smash her face. That's something none of us want any child to ever have to witness. Brice witnessed this experience and much more. And so his development was stunted, it was changed. He was developmentally crushed by the adversity and trauma that he experienced in his childhood on top of his mental health and intellectual disability. I've asked you to have hope for Brice. And Dr. Garbarino and Dr. James have told you that there is hope. Brice is not a lost cause. He has overwhelming challenges that he's going to have to overcome and decide for himself to overcome. And he cannot do it alone. Dr. Garbarino and Dr. James told you that he does have the capacity for change, the capacity for hope. He needs to be medicated, and he needs therapy, and he needs time. And no matter your decision today, he's going to have access to those 3 things. He can receive medication and therapy in prison, and he's likely going to serve at least 20 years. So he's going to have plenty of time in prison, the time that he needs to work on himself. And he can also receive and be ordered to maintain his medication and his mental health treatment if he is ever granted approval. His stepmother, Anna, will also be there if he's paroled. She told you that. She's been in the mental health profession in this area in Indiana and Louisville for 28 years, and she can help and she wants to help Brice connect with mental health professions in the area. With the resources available to him. And if he fails to do what he is told, his parole can be revoked and he can be sent back. And if he doesn't try in the first place, if he doesn't try medication, if he doesn't try therapy, if he doesn't try the programming that's available to him in the Department of Corrections, if he doesn't apply himself, he may never be paroled. Which is why I'm asking you to give him that chance, that hope to work towards. Give him a purpose to work towards. to keep him on track. He has a lot to overcome, and it may seem insurmountable to you. It may feel easy to give up on Brice and to do as the state asks you, to throw away the key. But I'm asking you not to. And the law does require you to consider all of the evidence from all of the witnesses and to take into consideration Brice's mental illness, his intellectual disability, his relative culpability, his trauma, and anything else from the evidence presented to you that in your empathy and your whole heart, you find cause for leniency. I want to end by taking us back to what Anna told us about Brice's brother. Brice's brother came to their family at about the same time that Brice himself did. And his brother also struggled with school. She told us that he had behavioral outbursts as well. Anna wanted both Brice and his brother to stay with them, to attend a good school with good resources, to be assessed and to receive help at school, to be loved and nurtured, and above all else, safe. We know that when Brice was with Anna, he came out of his shell. He let down his guard. He got just a taste of what it was like to be loved, to be safe and protected. But Brice did not get to be with Anna for very long. His brother did. His brother stayed. And his brother went on to excel at sports and at school and is now a professor. And you know where Brice is. Brice is right here, sitting here today, his fate in your hands. With love, with intervention, with treatment and consistency, Brice's brother was able to find resiliency and eventually stability that led to his success. And I think the evidence presented to you over the last 2 days shows that while Brice did not have the love, intervention, treatment, or consistency in his childhood, that he can find those things in his future, behind bars, in a correctional setting, and that he will have the best motivation if you grant him the mercy of a chance at parole to work towards. On Monday, you didn't have the opportunity to know Brice, to take into consideration his life and his mental health. Just as any onlooker at the pool that day at the YMCA when I had my first rescue, just as any onlooker did not have the opportunity to understand the young man that I pulled out of the pool and then got back in the water 2 more times. You did not on Monday have the opportunity to understand Brice. I mean, you now had an opportunity. You know more about who Brice is. I wish that 9-year-old Brice was here and that he could tell you from his heart what his life was like and what he was going through at that time, but 9-year-old Brice isn't here. And we can't save 9-year-old Brice. But there is something that we can do, because I think Brice is still drowning. And it may take some time for him to learn to float again. But I ask you to give him that chance to show that he can change. I'm asking you to give him a chance at parole, a chance at life, a chance at hope.
Okay, real quick, before she starts, a couple things. I think the most important thing that she said out of all of that, the most important thing that she said is punishment without understanding is not justice, it's vengeance. And we sat through all of those doctors today, so the jury now has an understanding of what went wrong in his life to get him to the point where he became a menace to society. The jury now has an understanding. So they can send him to prison for the rest of his life with an understanding, and it will be justice, not vengeance. So I think that was the most important thing she said. And now that they understand that there's, no hope for him, they can send him to his forever home. There's no way he should get parole.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm not asking you to lock him up and throw away the key. What I'm asking is that you impose a legally allowable sentence at the conclusion of this proceeding where he has been given the due process that we all enjoy in this country. These are the sentences that you are allowed to give: 20 to 50 years. In this case, his parole eligibility would be 85% of the sentence, but will cap with a parole eligibility of 20 years. So once it passes 24 years, for the rest of that 25 years, 40 years, 50 years, his parole eligibility is 20 years. So he meets the board in 20 years. Life, where the parole eligibility is also 20 years. Life without parole for 25 years. So it's a 5-year difference between that life and this type of life. And then the final possibility, life without parole at all. And that is what we are asking for. We are asking for that for a number of reasons that I will go through here. Obviously, you also consider whether these sentences run concurrently or consecutively to each other, and you consider the sentences for the other crimes. I'm going to focus on this because this is obviously the bulk of what we're talking about here. Now, when you are making a determination, as you see from your instructions, you are allowed to consider the things that you have heard the entire trial. You are allowed to consider the horrific nature of these murders. You are allowed to consider the effects on the family. You are allowed to consider Christopher Jones, father of 3, grandfather of a granddaughter that he never got to meet, beloved brother. You're allowed to consider Larry and Maurice, sons, grandsons, brothers. They have a little sister they never met named Larissa, for Larry and Maurice. Their lives cut so tragically short. You can consider all that. And yes, you can consider the mitigating factors if you believe them to be true. Now, one of them listed here is that at the time of the offense, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was impaired as the result of bipolar disorder or other mental illness, and you heard from Dr. Allen that that was not true. And Dr. Allen is an expert, just not in the administration of IQ tests, but none of the people you heard from today administer IQ tests. Dr. Allen, as opposed to the other 2 experts, did have the opportunity to observe the defendant, to speak with the defendant. And he concluded that to the extent that the defendant had bipolar disorder at all, if that was even true, he was not actively suffering from it at the time of these murders. He was not impelled by bipolar disorder to commit these murders. He was not in a manic episode. He saw the interview that occurred 2 days later. You saw the interview as well. And Dr. Allen told you that mania is apparent to even a casual observer. And you could tell from your own observation of that interview. He was not excited. He was not suffering from some compelled need to speak. He was calm. He was answering questions as you would expect somebody in an interview to answer. So you can consider this. I would ask you to consider the veracity of it and find that it is not true based on Dr. Allen's testimony. The same for C. I'll skip to C. And that is that an intellectual disability caused him to be unable to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or form his conduct to the requirement of the law. Now, there's no doubt that there's some intellectual challenges here. The experts disagree on the severity of those. You've heard that it's hard to get an actual read because of his lack of effort. The IQ test, the earliest one, when he was 10 years old, showed an IQ finding that went effect for 86, taking him into the low average range. And Dr. Allen told you you can't fake up, which indicates that 90 down with a range down to 86 would be a more accurate representation because that is the highest one. And that is before he had motivations. And all the subsequent tests, they were things like trying to get disability benefits, or when he was 16 and in school, or when he was facing criminal charges. So we have reasons to put in less than full effort on those tests. But regardless of what his level of intellectual talent is, he still had the capacity to appreciate that this conduct was wrong. He still had the ability to make different choices about this conduct. And so, based on what Dr. Allen told you, I would ask you to cross out C as being untrue as well. Now, to return to B. At the time of the offense, the defense acted as an accomplice in a capital offense committed by another person. He was the one that was directing these crimes. They were the accomplices to him. Sure, take into consideration their sentences. They each got 10 years. Corey served until he was paroled. Anwan, at his 18th birthday, was placed on probation, and we'll see what happens down the road from that. But this total sentences were 10 years on charges of facilitation of murder. So that's 10 years for being forced by Brice Rhodes to take a knife and stab people that he had already killed. Yeah, they should have said no. They should have banded together and tried to get out of this situation. They should have, when he left from there to clean, run out onto Brownsboro Road and flag down a car and ask that driver to call 911. They didn't, and they're paying a price. But if they want you to consider those charges, those sentences relative to what he should get, 10 years for being forced to make 2 or 3 stab wounds, what does he get for 21 stab wounds for Larry? 8+ for Maurice, shooting Christopher Jones. A lot more than those boys got. D is the youth of the defendant, if you consider 26 to be young in this context. Any other circumstances? You've heard about his childhood. This, I believe, cuts both ways. No child should have to see his mother be the victim of a domestic violence situation. That's awful that that happened. And that's probably why we see some domestic violence charges in his history. That explains that. But also, there were parts of his childhood that he could have turned to make different choices. He had a loving stepmother. Sounds like his father was very involved. Not all children get trips to Disney World and get read Harry Potter at night. So I don't know how you choose to weigh that. A lot of what we know from these last 2 days come from reports about what happened. For instance, we've heard no direct testimony of what exactly was going on with his mom. We've heard what his stepmother told the interviewers was happening with his mom. So weigh that how you will. And again, I'm not saying that there wasn't trauma in his childhood. But there's nothing from that that indicates he doesn't have control over his decisions, over the choices that he makes. So you consider the mitigating circumstances that you believe to be true. And there's no system in Kentucky where you add some points, take away some points based on, like 3 years for this, minus 5 years for that. No, you just consider the whole of it as you decide upon where in this range you choose to fix the penalty. The aggravating circumstance that is listed here is whether you believe that the defendant committed the offenses of murder intentionally and that they resulted in multiple deaths. And this is something you considered 2 days ago when you were deliberating, that these were intentional murders, and obviously they are multiple murders. So hopefully that won't take you that long to reach that same decision. And what that, under the law, what that allows is these two additional penalties here that wouldn't be allowed if those were not the case. So if you don't find that to be true, these would be your choices. If you do find that to be true, you will also get life without parole for 25 or life without parole. And again, I believe that you have already found this. I hope that you will continue today to find this aggravating circumstance to be true. You are allowed to consider his past criminal conduct, which started when he was 18 with intimidation, 3 counts, possession of a handgun without a license, for which he got 4 years. He also, around that same time period, committed 4 counts of armed robbery and criminal confinement, for which he got 12 years, but was probated. And that is of interest to us because he later violated that probation. In 2013, which he would have been 22 then, his birthday is September 1st, 90, so that August he would have been 22. He committed an assault 4th domestic violence. He violated his probation twice in that case. At age 23, he committed 2 counts of battery resulting in bodily injury, received 1.5 years, violated his probation in that case. In 2014, so age 23, assault 4th, domestic violence again, and he violated his probation in that case. And at age 25, he murdered 3 people. The government of 2 different counties gave him chance after chance on probation. And every time he violated that probation, he was not able to live under the conditions of probation and parole without being brought back to court and revoked on them. Chance after chance, and it didn't stop what happened here. And that is one reason that I'm asking you to give a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, because we already know that that did not, the supervision of the probation and parole offices of 2 different counties did not reform his actions and did not stop this from happening. So you are allowed to consider all of this. So then you just go through the instructions just like you did on Monday. They're all listed here. Verdict form number 1. You pick if you do or do not find the aggravated circumstance of intentional multiple murders. And then on the corrected copy, you will see that there is a list where you check which one of those penalties that you believe that it should be. I don't know how a family processes the loss of any loved one.
Go back to the mic.
Violence. I'm sure you never fully get over it. But at least the family of Christopher Jones can say to themselves, the last thing, he was still conscious, the last thing he heard was Officer Franklin saying, "Hang in there, buddy." The last thing he felt was Officer Franklin holding his hand. The families of Larry and Maurice have no such peace. Their deaths were not recorded. They were not recorded. They each died alone and betrayed by people they trusted. They each died knowing the other was somewhere in that room and not knowing what would happen to the other. They each died horrific deaths. And I do not think
that the Wren family, the Ordway family, should ever have to go to sleep at night not knowing where Brice Rhodes is. There are multiple reasons for the prison system. Rehabilitation is one. Punishment is one. Removal is one. And I would argue that the two latter are what is most important in this case. I don't want you to punish out of passion or anger, but out of justice for what he did to these three people and to their whole families. And I ask you to remove him for life without the possibility of parole, so that they never have to worry about this again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will begin your deliberations again now. Stay with the jurors. Same thing as last time. If you have any questions or anything that you need to report, just knock on the door and the deputy knows a note. Otherwise, just let me know when you have finished deliberating.
All right, let's do a poll on how long you think it's going to take.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. All right, if you all could please stay close by. I will let you know as soon as we have a verdict.
We don't expect this one to be as long, right? So we're going to do under an hour. One hour. All right. Wonder who that is. I kind of feel bad for her. Honestly, like, she's doing her job. She can only do what she's, she can only do what she could do. I kind of feel bad for her, but also, you think she really believes what she's saying? The thing is, if they give him the opportunity for parole, they are paroling this man back into their own community. And they know that. So them having to see the videos of what he did to those kids, any of them that have grandkids or have kids that will have kids and they, or have young kids, or I mean any of that, like, all of that is something that they're going to have to consider. If they give him parole, the opportunity for parole, they will be releasing this person potentially back into their own community. God, they're spraying that stuff, that sealer stuff, and I can smell it coming through the vents, and it is so strong. I'm going to have a terrible headache within an hour. They are walking them back there right now. I'm sure the timer will. They did the timer for the other one. I'm sure they'll start one for this one too. That way we can watch if it stops. It's just not. Oh God, that smell. Let me light the candle. They're doing the what they've been doing to the floors. They're doing the outside patios today, and I can smell it. It is so strong. So if I open my window, it'll be even worse because it's the outside patios. But it smells so strong. It's already giving me a headache. I'm gonna burn my candle. Give me just a second. Go ahead and get some Tylenol now because I already know that's going to give me a headache. Oh, maybe if I turn the exhaust fan on in my bathroom. Turn this fan on. If you can hear that, I'm sorry, but if I don't turn that fan on or do something, then I may pass out. Lucy is on my bed right now. She's staring at me. Sometimes she likes to move up here so she's like more eye level with me so she can stare me down for more treats. Ooh, stove exhaust. Good idea. Y'all are so smart. Okay, you're gonna have a lot of white noise, but at least I won't pass out. Hopefully. If all goes well. Gosh, it's so strong. It's not the door necessarily, it's they're doing it outside, so it's like, so it's out there, and even though I don't have my windows open, if it's getting into anybody's who does have their windows open or anything, whatever, then it filters through the vents. It's just so strong. Oh, y'all can't hear the fans? Good. All of my mic equipment is working then. Oh, if y'all see me pass out, just call 911. Yay, I'm so glad the polls are working for almost everybody now, right? Ugh. Keith G is testifying right now in his own defense for the STD revenge killing trial. STD revenge killing trial. I don't think I've heard of that one. Stay alive. Whew. I know, I was just, Be Kind Tiger said, maybe don't light a match. I know, I lit those candles back there and I'm like, you know, is that a good idea with all the chemicals that I'm smelling? But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm going to go to the post office tomorrow. I've got a doctor's appointment at 10:30. So I'm going to go either before that or after that. Probably after that. The toxic fumes are coming from, remember how they did my floors? Oh, it's so strong. Remember how they did my floors and I had to be out of here? Well, they're doing the downstairs patios now, like right outside of my windows. Like the first floor has like a little walkout patio, and they're doing those now. And then they're doing like on top of our snack shack. Like if you walk upstairs on the roof of the snack shack, it's like a big open patio type thing. And they're doing that too. So they're spraying that stuff. And so the smell is so strong. Ugh. It's terrible. Okay. So I love the snack shack. It's amazing. That smell is awful. Okay. Yeah, I turned on, y'all, I have like everything on that I can have on right now. I turned on my AC fan. I'm surprised y'all can't hear all this. It is so loud in here right now. I have on my hat. Oh, wow. Even when wow. I have on my hat and like my earphones are on, and it's still so loud in here. I have my fan on that goes to my AC. I just don't have the AC part on, but I have my fan on. I have my bathroom door open with the exhaust running in there and my stove exhaust on high. All in an attempt to help the smell. It is so strong. So strong, but that's okay. Yeah, I need a spacesuit. I need one of those like bubble masks like Sandy the squirrel had in SpongeBob. Sinbad, where is that trial? What's that trial on? Gosh. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Oh, teen mom killed inside Home Depot over positive STD test. Ugh. So strong. All right. Now we need a Home Depot emergency or emoji. I know we get all of our stuff for Walmart, but gotta throw Home Depot in there now. Will I be covering the Lexi? Which one is that? Oh, her. Oh, her. I don't know. We watched one of her hearings. I knew the name sounded familiar. We watched one of her hearings in here. It depends on scheduling. She's charged in her infant son's death. And she filed the wrongful death suit against the hospital. Yeah, she put the baby. Yeah. We watched one of she had a hearing. She looks so young. But when was that hearing? Like a few months ago, wasn't it? I don't get the pool analogy for sure. I cannot believe y'all can't hear that. It is so loud in here. I'm ready for Black Swan trial too. I've got that one on my calendar. In Brandi speak, it's heifer. I know I call everybody a heifer. I have better mics in the courtroom. It's true. Gosh. I know. I pray they come back soon too, so we can get out of here. Oh, this is what I was going to do. They walk in and I think something's happening. Woo! Gosh, that's so strong. Yeah, I know. Everybody keeps asking me to do Sarah Boone. And I know RA is covering that one. We try not to do the same trial as each other when we can help it. I mean, sometimes we have to overlap, like sometimes, and there are, especially on some of the bigger ones. I have so many people asking me to do that one. And because I know a lot of our people go back and forth, but there are also a lot here that don't watch over there. And There's a lot over there that don't watch over here. So I know sometimes our stuff has to overlap, but I'm going to look at the calendar and see. But that one's one of the main ones that's emailed to me. If I do that one though, it would be one of those like speed trialing. It would, because I would have to do it after treatment. Whew. Field trip for fresh air. I'm down for that. Let's do that. I was going to go over, this is like the aggravating circumstances thing, but I can't even concentrate. It smells so bad in here. And make sure. Oh, Kimberly's in there. I can't take much more of seeing Brice Rhodes laugh and smile. Larry and Reese isn't here. Oh, that's one of the things that we were getting mad about too, watching. Every time he laughs or smiles, we get mad. Okay, let me get my phone. I've got candles going, but it's so strong. All right, I'm gonna pause this on my thing. We'll leave this open and we're gonna go on a little field trip. Okay. Turn my Wi-Fi off. I was reading Kimberly's thing. Can y'all hear me? Hi. We're going, that smell is hold on. That smell is terrible. It is so strong. What are they doing now? Is it the patios?
They were finishing up before 4 and 6. That's gonna be the last time I'm gonna do it. And they're working on, yeah, they all work on patios and then snack shack.
Four must be what I'm smelling. Okay. Apparently they're doing 4th floor too, which is why I smell it so much. We're going out here. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Lucy loves this part. She's like pulling me to the beach. Lucy. See, it's like a white Christmas. Let's see if I can change this so y'all can see bigger. Oh, Lucy. Gosh, she about knocked me over. Oh, wrong one. I don't know how to change the layout on my phone. Wait, maybe more layout. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't know. I'll do it solo for a second so you can see it, and then I'll go back to it. I can't do it from my phone to make the the screen on there to where we can still watch the clock. So if somebody wants to watch the clock on another tab for a moment, and let me know. And if it stops, then Jessica for Justice, can you text me if the clock stops? And I'll change it. All right, look at all the birds. Lucy wants to chase them. Oh, you want to see something else? Tiki huts. See all the tikis? Tiki's everywhere. Hi. They're everywhere. See, with all the birds out here, I can't even let her off of the leash right now because she will take off running after them. She just wants to be friends. She wants to be friends with the birds. Kind of. What's in the water? It's more birds and ducks. There's a lot of ducks right there, actually. Which is weird. Can you see those? There's a lot of them right there, actually. And they're not usually out this way. Whoa!
Anna, Brice's stepmother, told you yesterday about teaching Brice how to float. She wasn't trying to make Brice.
Gosh, that got so loud. I guess they're just doing that scared me. A recap thing. Oh, it smells so much better out here. Yeah, I'm gonna mute that. Do you get any sharks here? Yes, we get sharks here. Lucy is literally pulling me, like, as far as she can possibly pull me. Oh, I almost stepped on him. Oh, he's a big guy. I was looking at Lucy and I almost stepped right on him. Look how big he is. Wait, can you see that? Hold on, Lucy, come here. Can you see how big that is? Don't touch it, Lucy, don't touch it. It's a huge, huge jellyfish. Huge. Let's see. He's like, you can see how big it is compared to my hand. He's huge. He's pretty. I almost stepped right on him because I wasn't looking. I was watching Lucy try to run away from me. Okay. Surf just took it out. Just washed up for a moment. He's back out there. Those are the ones that aren't so bad. The pink ones, the pink and purple ones are the ones that will mess you up. Some more birds. Look, she's chasing him again. She's already wet. You see, we have some seashells. Yes, I am on the Gulf side. I'm on the Gulf of Mexico. I love the Gulf. It's the best. It's so pretty. Hold on, Luce. She's got sand on her nose where she's been sniffing stuff. Lucy, look. You got sand on your nose. You stomping in the water? She'll get her little
feet like that. And she'll stomp in the water. Like, she doesn't like to get, like, she's gotten carried off by the surf a couple times. I've had to grab her. So she gets kind of scared to go too far out. But she likes the water. So she'll get in like the parts where it's come up and then she'll stomp her little paws. I don't see any sand dollars, but usually you can't find those out here, except for rarely. It has to be like early in the morning. If you don't get them early in the morning, then somebody else will have gotten them. The ducks are making their way over that way, which makes sense. They're probably going back toward St. Andrews Park. That's normally where they are. They're not usually out this far. But sometimes, because we are close enough, sometimes we'll get deer and stuff that'll be walking along the beach that have wandered over from St. Andrews Park. It's kind of cool. Here's a big shell. That one's pretty. Smells a lot better out here. That's for sure. Oh, he didn't wash back out the shore. He's right here. He's still here. Let's see if we can help him get. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Let's get you down there. Come on. Come on. Lucy, don't touch him. Back up. Back up. Ah. Lucy, back up. Will you stop? You're a bad dog. There he goes. Back up, Lucy. She wants to say wildlife too. There he goes. Make sure. Yep, he gone. Making sure he didn't wash back up. I don't know if you can see it. Down there is the pier that you see in the beach cam. I don't know if you can see it from my phone though. This is my favorite part about living here. Random walks on the beach. Hi there. Lucy just walked up to these people that were walking past us, and the woman acted like she was scared of Lucy. Lucy's like 7 pounds, and she's on a leash. And she doesn't exactly look intimidating with her pigtails. But you know what? Everybody's scared of something different, so that's fine too. It's weird. I don't see any more jellyfish. Just that one little guy that got away. Lucy's still pulling me. Where are you going? Oh, Lucy decided we're turning around. You're going the wrong way. Oh, she's trying to go back up to the house. She's ready to go get a treat now. We're not going back up quite yet. We'll go in just a minute and get some more fresh air. Look, my motion sickness is going to be the about as bad as the cameraman in the courthouse. This is the best. Sunset is the best part though, because sunset, the sky turns a million different shades of pink and orange and purple, and coral, all these amazing colors. What is our timer at? I'm assuming they haven't stopped it. I muted it because it was loud. Look at her still trying to pull me. She's just ready to go back in for a treat. That's all she cares about. I don't know if you can see on this. I don't know if you can see how clear the water is, but you can see right through it. When it comes up, you can see the shells and stuff underneath there. I don't know if you can tell on the phone. Look at her little paw prints. So stinking cute. I don't know if you can see the pelicans flying by. All right, let's walk back. Come on. Good girl. Let's see. The temperature, I don't know. I'll have to look. If I check it on my phone right now, I think it's like mid 60s. I think it's supposed to be like 65 today. It was like 42 when I went outside this morning. It's freezing. Hence the stolen hat. My kid busted me though. He saw me with it on in the parking lot when I took Lucy out. I didn't like steal it. He left it in my place. So then I just stole it to wear it. Here comes the helicopter. Let's see. You can see it. I can't tell what y'all can see. Woo! I don't know if you can see that. But you can see how, look how behind me and look in front of me. The beach is dead this time of year. But I love it. All right, get one more look before we go back inside. It's my favorite. That sound and that view never gets old. When I got out of the hospital after chemo and stuff, I came to visit my mom because my mom was already living down here before I moved here. And I came to visit her, and I had just gotten to where I could kind of walk again, but I was still in, like, I had to use a wheelchair sometimes, but I was mostly able to do a walker. But I had one of those walkers that you can sit in, so I could only walk a little bit and then I'd have to sit down. But it had wheels on it, so I would sit in it sometimes and my mom would just push it, like if I would get too tired. And I came down here to visit, and she was determined, because she knows how much I love the beach, she was determined to get me on the beach. It took almost an hour to get me to a chair on the beach, but we made it. She pushed me in the wheelchair walker thing through the hall, and then the rest of the way, like for some of it, you know, she pushed me through most of everything until we got to where we got to the beach, and then she couldn't push me anymore. So I would use the walker and like walk about 10 steps and then sit down and rest, and walk 5 or 6 steps and then sit down and rest. But I made it out here, and that's when I decided I was going to move here. Like, if I go through that much trouble just to sit my hiney on the sand, it must be where I'm meant to be. Come on, Luce. Come on, Lucy. She's running through now. She knows she's about to get a treat. Come on. Turn my camera around because I don't want the name of my building to show. Hi, kitty kitty. Leave that cat alone. Lucy. Lucy, leave her alone. Hey, no cat hunting. Come on. You know better. Come on. Oh my gosh, that smell. Is that pool? Yes, that pool is in our complex. Oh, good girl. Yeah, Brandi is marked safe from the freaky tiki. Thank goodness. She is ready to jump out right here. She knows she's about to get a treat. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. She's trotting now. She's excited. Okay. There you go. Okay.
Okay. And we're back. Deliberations are at 54 minutes so far. 54 minutes and 49 seconds. Oh, it's hot out there now. A friend had a teacup Yorkie. They got slammed in a door. Oh, as a puppy, and it was in a full body cast. She would sit on her desk at work. Oh. That's sad. It looks like a ghost town. Am I the only one here? Yeah, there's hardly anybody here. Like, none of the people, most people don't live here. There's only a few of us that live here full time. Oh my gosh. Let me tell, okay. I'm not going to say his name. But remember I told y'all, I don't know if I should say this. They don't watch me. Remember I told y'all that I have a neighbor who is almost completely deaf. Like, he can barely hear. Every once in a while, if I have my goodness. Oh, that smell. If I have my TV and everything off, sometimes I'll turn everything off and just open my window so I can listen to the waves. You know, it's just very quiet. But sometimes when he goes to turn his TV on, you know, he can barely hear, so he has to turn it up real loud. And if I'm sitting on my couch is directly behind like his TV and my couch are like right beside each other. So if he turns his TV all the way up and I don't have anything on here, then I can hear his TV loud and clear. Plus I have my window open and he had his window open and as loud as he listens to it. Did they come back? He had on, I heard something yesterday. He had on something about the villages in Florida. And I was like, wait a minute. I just heard about the villages with y'all. Y'all just informed me of what the villages in Florida are. And he was watching something on it yesterday on his TV. Mercy, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Highest STD rate was the village. I'd never heard of it. The poof community. Yes. I had never heard of it until y'all told me about it. What was that? Just a week or so ago. And had y'all not told me what that was, and I heard whatever he was watching, I never would have known that's what it was. But this is live. Let's see. Verdict reached. Verdict reached. It might have been the documentary he was watching. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. 58 minutes and 27 seconds. Who said under an hour? What was the options? Under an hour or between, what were the options? Hold on, let me scroll up. The options were under an hour. 36% of you said under an hour. 1 to 2 hours was almost half of you. Half of you, 51% said 1 to 2 hours. So y'all were only a minute and 34 seconds away or 33 seconds away. Here we go. I think he knows. Oh, I forgot. I had y'all's audio off. Y'all can hear now, right? They're not saying anything, but.
All rise for the jury. Choose your president, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. I'll be seated. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Foreperson, if you could please hand the verdict forms to Deputy Mills. Thank you, sir. Counsel, would you all approach for just a moment?
No. We've been waiting.
All right. In the matter of Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brice Rhodes, the jury's verdict is as follows. Count 1, murder as to Christopher Jones. We, the jury, do find beyond a reasonable doubt that an aggravating circumstance exists in this case and fix the defendant's punishment for the murder of Christopher Jones at life without the possibility of parole.
Yes.
For count 2, as to Maurice Gordon, we, the jury, do find beyond a reasonable doubt that an aggravating circumstance exists in this case and fix the defendant's punishment for the murder of Maurice Gordon at life without the possibility of parole. As to count 3, murder Larry Ordway, we, the jury, do find beyond a reasonable doubt that an aggravating circumstance exists in this case and fix the defendant's punishment for the murder of Larry Ordway at life without the possibility of parole. For count 4, tampering with physical evidence, we fix the defendant's punishment for tampering with physical evidence at 5 years. Count 5, abuse of a corpse, Maurice Gordon, we fix the defendant's punishment for abuse of a corpse at 1 year or 365 days.
That's the max.
Count 6, abuse of a corpse, Larry Ordway, we fix the defendant's punishment for abuse of a corpse at 1 year or 365 days. We, the jury, further recommend that the punishments fixed for the defendant as set forth above be served as follows. All sentences to be served consecutively, meaning one after the other. It's signed by the foreperson as to all counts. I will now ask each of you if this is your verdict.
Yes.
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Jurors, thank you for your service. I will be speaking with you a little bit further in just a few minutes. I'm going to have you go back into the deliberation room, and I'll be in there in just a few moments to speak with you and just for a little bit. Thank you all.
All right, for the jury.
That is every single count on that indictment is the maximum penalty, and they are all consecutive. That's literally the harshest that they could possibly be, and they got there in under an hour. Round of applause for this jury.
All right, y'all can all be seated. Anyone who wishes to leave now may do so. We need to set a separate date at which the court will have final sentencing.
What sort of timetable judges probation and parole on for PSI right now?
So ordinarily we would pass 6 to 8 weeks. And I think in this instance, it would be prudent to go into mid to late March if that's acceptable for you all.
Yes, Judge.
And should we perhaps put this case on in the afternoon where we have a little more time and a little more open of a courtroom?
That's fine, Judge.
All right. How about March 13th at 1:30?
Yes, Judge.
That works for us, yeah.
Right. March 13th, 1:30 p.m. Is there anything else that we need to address from any party?
Judge, there are a number of other cases that were assigned to different courtrooms. Judge Cunningham just took them all to make this easier. I will make an offer on those so that we can wrap it all up if they so choose. Otherwise, I guess they'll have to be redistributed back to their respective courtrooms.
No problem. Anything from the defense?
I just wanted to, if we could have those all set on the docket that day as well.
That we actually have already discussed that with the clerk. We will have all of the remaining
So that might
cases
be
on
when
the
they're gonna
docket
do
that
the
day.
victim impact
Mr. Rhodes, I
statements.
do also want to advise you, although you have very good attorneys, and I'm sure that they have or will discuss this with you as well. But you absolutely have the right to appeal. Just like with this case, if you are unable to hire an attorney for that appeal, then the court will appoint an attorney to represent you. Knowing these lawyers, I'm sure that they will walk you through that and talk with you about that. And we will see you all in March. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if they're doing the final sentencing in March, I'm assuming that's when they're going to do the victim impact statements. The judge will have the final, give the final sentencing. But I don't see her going against it. Either way, life without parole. They maxed him out on every single one of those. So now he's got to sit in county jail for 3 months. Ooh, I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. Jen, we are glad to have you. Your first full trial in the books as a 13th juror. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for joining our little family. We are glad to have you. We're glad to have you. Gosh. I feel like it took us 84 years to get here.
It's been 84 years.
But we got here. We got here. I'm excited about it. I think that I hope that that will be healing for them. Nothing's
Basic
gonna make
tools
it
to that. Your eyeball.
go away. Nothing's gonna make it better. Nothing's gonna, bring them back. But it's a good place to start with the healing process and getting justice, for that. And is it today Marie's birthday? Or was that yesterday? I feel like it's today. All my days are running together. I want to see if she wants to come on and talk to us. Yeah, the sentence so far is only a recommendation from the jury. I don't see the judge going you know what? I think we won. Yes. Kimberly's in the courthouse right now. I love it. The final sentencing, I'm sure that's when we'll hear the victim impact statements. That's when the judge will do the final, you know, I think it's very rare that judges go against what the jury recommends, though. So I don't foresee that happening. I can't think of a time when I've seen or heard of a judge going against what the jury recommended. I can't think of it. Let's see if we can get the boy's mom to come on with us. I would like to, now that this is over, I would like to hear more about the boys and the victims and hear more about them. Oh, I feel so much better. You know, we all thought that. We all said, I doubt he'll get parole, but it's just good to hear. We all thought he wouldn't get parole. Did I say that right? But it's good to hear that the jury felt the same way that we did. I'm glad. I'm glad. Tomorrow I don't have anything to stream tomorrow, and I have a doctor's appointment. Jessica said that she is willing to stream for half a day tomorrow if y'all want to hang out, but I don't have anything. I'm not going to be able to tomorrow. I have to be at the doctor at 10:30. Friday, I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to see if I can get Larry and Maurice's mom on with us. We'll see if we can make that happen. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure what we're going to do yet. I don't really know. And then next week we have Christmas is Monday, right? And then we've got all next week. So I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll definitely do something Friday. I'm going to try to get Marie Wren on here, but okay, Jessica said trying to finish all my work today to make it a full day tomorrow, if not at least half a day. So Jessica can stream tomorrow. Y'all can find some fun stuff to do or watch. I keep trying to look. Yeah, yes, the judge, technically, the judge could say, like, no, we're going to lessen the sentence. But the chance of that happening are, like, slim to none. I don't see that happening at all. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. I'm trying to get Kimberly to figure this out before we end this. Oh. Let's see. Camel? Camel? What camel? What camel? What did I miss? Oh, video you emailed. All right, hold on. Let me look. Let me look. Okay, this is the camel video she sent us. Oh my gosh. Ew! Ew! Why would you send me that? What is wrong with you? That's the last time I ever play a video without watching it first. Last time. Ever. Never again. This is exactly why I didn't want to open the packages and stuff that y'all sent me on camera. I don't trust you people. I don't trust you people. Never again. I don't know what trials are. I don't know what the plan is next week, honestly. No clue. I have zero plans. There's no trial starting. That I know of, anyway. Maybe we'll get some chases. Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to get... Okay, let's see. Oh, I think Cajun said she do not send me videos of kangaroos. I'll block you. They're evil. They're evil. All right, let's see. What's wrong, kangaroos? They're evil. They're not cute like mainstream media would have you believe. All right, let's see. I don't see any trials starting next week. So we'll have to try to see. We'll check and see what we can find. All right, hello. Hello. Kimberly says we need cocktails now. Yeah, so they're going to email me. So we may be able to have Maurice and Larry's mom on with us on Friday. Hi, RA. Yes, we had a verdict. The jury recommended 3 counts of life without parole, consecutive, for each of his victims, plus the max on the others. So 5 years for tampering with evidence and 1 year for abuse of a corpse for Maurice and 1 year of abuse of a corpse for Larry. So, and they did everything consecutive to each other. So they recommended the absolute max on what he could get. And he still didn't react, which is surprising for me, actually. I am surprised at that. I'm excited. He never got shocked. We were all waiting on it and hoping for it. Honestly, we were hoping, but it never happened. I mean, it's the right decision. They made the right decision. There are some people who I think are candidates to, maybe be in the future, have some kind of rehabilitation possibility. He ain't one of them. He ain't one of them. Yeah, on each, he kept doing like that. I just shocked him for that. We are shocked he didn't get shocked. Yes. Good night, Jen. Good night. Good night. Good night. Lady in Gray says maybe he was medicated heavily. They did say that they had him on different medications for different things when the doctors got up there and were talking about everything. So, so that is a possibility. He may have been medicated heavily. But, I felt like that trial was never going to end. It was not the easiest flowing trial that we've ever watched, to say the least. But it's been a long time coming. This is, this was 6 years ago. So I am happy for the families that they can hopefully put this behind them. And I look forward to, hopefully speaking to the victim's mom on Friday. So as soon as I talk to them and get everything situated and figure it out if we can do it Friday or when we could do it, I'll let y'all know. I'll make a post on YouTube and I'll try to do one on Twitter and in the Facebook group too. So, and then hopefully Jessica will be streaming with y'all tomorrow while I'm at the doctor. Y'all can do fun stuff then. And then I'll be back on Friday and we'll figure out what we're going to do next week. We have some options. There are a lot of things coming up at the beginning of the year. The first 3 months of the year are going to be wild. Remember how we kept saying, oh, October's going to be wild. October's going to be wild. Well, the first few months of the year are going to be wild too. So we got a lot of stuff coming up January, February, and March. So we'll just keep trucking along, keep following stuff. I'm excited. Don't forget tonight on Discord is the watch party. I wore my hoodie, my Griswold family Christmas hoodie, because that's the movie tonight, 7 Eastern, 6 Central on Discord. So lots of cases coming up in January and February here in Houston too. Yeah. We've been watching a lot of Texas trials lately. We've watched a few of them lately. There was a lot of coughing and sniffing and typing in this trial. A lot. But that's okay. That's okay. It'll be all right. All right. Love the hoodie and love Christmas Vacation. Yes. Tonight. Everybody can watch together. The smell has not gone away, but I cannot believe y'all cannot hear all the fans and stuff I have going in here. But I'm going to get out of here and go. I don't know where I'm going to go, but I'm going to get out of here while that smells so bad. Maybe take Lucy for a drive or something. Get out of here so I don't get a bad headache. But I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I will, I'll talk to Jessica for Justice to figure out what time she's going to be streaming tomorrow and all of that. And then we will get a plan going. I'm happy. Thank you. My doctor's appointment tomorrow will be fine. It's not a big deal tomorrow. It's just I've got a few more that I have to get through before treatment starts. So you know, just fun health stuff. Worst part is just getting poked by needles, but it'll be over before I know it. It'll all be over before we know it. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out. If I don't see you on Discord tonight for the movie, then I will see you on Friday. I'm not quite sure when treatment starts. I need to actually call them. That actually needs to be what I do right now, because I have to get it set up. I thought they were going to do that for me yesterday when I went, but they didn't. So I'd like to get it started. The sooner the better, so that I can get it over with. So I'll have 40 treatments. So it'll be 5 days a week for 8 weeks. So the sooner I start it, the sooner we can get it over with, the sooner we can go back to being strong and healthy and happy. It'll be good. It'll be good. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for hanging out with me. And I would not be anywhere else on these true crime streets. I am so thankful to be here with y'all. Thank you so much. I will miss you tomorrow, but I will see you on Friday. Have a good one.